and I'm going every year for about 2 or 3 weeks. I'm also visiting a professor in many other universities in Russia, in China, in India, but it is a good time. I hope that this week, I hope that this, I mean, this year I have also applied for mobility between Arab Academy and my university, and I hope that we will succeed. So, as I said, I'm speaking with Karim Tobol, something like that. He's
yes, Karim Tombol, yes, Dr.
Tombol. Okay, so it is. This is my best friend in Egypt.
Yeah,
Karim.
He's a staff member in College of Maritime and Technology.
Yes. Because we have done together some proposals for, and I hope next year or this year that will be succeed. Sorry. So I'm going to mute for a little my mic.
أنا بص يا هشام.
Sorry, but I had an urgent call. Actually, I'm going to mute my mobile. Okay.
So Philippe, would you like to start?
Yes.
Shall
When
I?
you want.
Now, if you're ready, you can start now.
Okay, perfect.
I will start the session.
Check with you. Okay.
Yes.
How many participants will you have now? Oh. Okay.
28 with us.
28 to start. But I'm sure when we are starting to talk, many people will come. But if we can start, I start. My name is Philippe.
Can I just introduce you, Philippe, first?
Yeah, you can do that.
Today we'll start the first session of the third day of the conference, session 5. We all very happy to have my dear friend and colleague, Dr. Philippe, to be chairman of this session today. Dr. Philippe has hold the doctoral degree in economics and also has been working for Marseille FOS since 2004. He's in charge of many functions related to strategy, marketing. He's now in charge of economic intelligence and European and international projects. Since 2018, Philippe has been a general secretary of the Mid-Boards Association, a non-profit organization gathering 25 of the largest port authority in the Mediterranean areas. Philippe, thank you for being with us. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Freeman. Thank you, Akram, dear friend. It's always a pleasure for me to be with you, and would like to thank you to invite me since several years now to attend in a way or another to this conference, which is becoming year after year a major event in logistics and maritime transport, especially in Med. It's a pleasure because we have now strong relationships between Arab Academy, Port Training Institute, Port of Marseille, Med-Port Association. So for me, I'm between friends, and it's always a pleasure to be here. You know, it's a pleasure and an honor for me to take the responsibility to open the day 3 and this first session of this day with very distinguished panelists. The subject of this session is quite clear: future environmental trends towards sustainable business imports. Very important item, particularly critical nowadays. It is one of the main concerns of the management of a port. And that is why now the sustainability of the maritime transport and port activities is addressed by one of our technical committee of the Medport Association. Just you say one word about the Medport Association. I just want to focus on one point, is that the Medport Association gathers, as you said, many major ports of Med. It represents more than 2/3 of the total traffic. That's why we have a good legitimacy to address this kind of topics. And that's why you could easily understand why the topic of this session, especially, is becoming so important for us inside the association, that we want to concentrate now our action on 3 main fields, which can be resumed in 3 letters: PPP, performance, planet, people. And this is exactly the scope addressed by this session through the 3 presentations we will have, and for sure during the Q&A session. So it matches perfectly between the objective of the association and the objective and the problematics of this session now. And for me, the problematic is quite simple at the end of the day. The green transition, the ecological transition will be possible only if we reduce the impact of the planet on the planet, of the logistic, only if we give more skills and competencies in these fields to the human resources, and only if our logistics system achieve a higher level of efficiency, planet, people, performance. And I am sure that our 3 presentation today will give us good insight to deal with this quite very simple problematic and very complex in reality. So I finish my just introductive picture. I just want to put the things clear at the beginning, and why as a general secretary of the Medport Association, we are very proud to be here and to assist to this presentation. So now we could go directly to the first presentation given by the Professor Nikitakos. How many titles, how many recommendations, how many diploma? It's impossible to make a good sum up of your career, dear professor. I just want to say to all the assistants that you have a real specialist of this question. Maybe I can say one word. So
just say professor, and this is cover everything.
Yeah, professor, you start your career at the beginning of the 80s. You have many masters. You are graduate of Hellenic Naval Academy. You have a PhD. You are professor in University of Hagen. You are professor in visiting professor in everywhere in the world. So, dear audience, you have a real specialist of this question, and I'm sure it will address one of the P, as said before, the planet. And so, dear professor, please, the floor is yours. Just to be sure that we have a good session, for all the audience, please cut the micro. You can write your question in the Q&A session, and we will have this discussion at the end of the free presentation. Just to say, after the presentation of Professor Nikitakos, we will have the presentation of Professor Sonja Merkler-Kach, sorry for the accent, coming from University of Maribor in Slovenia. And after that, we will have the presentation of engineer Mohamed El Sayed, sorry again for the presentation, coming from the Arab Academy. So go directly to the presentation of Professor Nikitakos. Please, Doctor, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction, Philippe. Thank you very much thank you very much, the Arab Academy, for inviting me. What I'm going to discuss in this session in the next 15 minutes, it is the concept of green logistics and, of course, the concept of zero-emission sports and how we are doing energy management in this zero-emission sport. I'm going to describe what exactly it is the zero-emission sport. And of course, I would like to say that I'm professor in Greece of the University of the Aegean, and also I'm visiting professor in Netherlands Maritime University College, with whom I'm doing together this paper, particularly with the Captain Razali and two of my postdoc students. Okay, what exactly I'm going to present? It is the green supply chain management, what exactly it is and how it is consists of, all the elements, what is exactly the green logistics. In the green logistics, the concept of zero emission sport, I mean ports that it is working all the time with renewable energies and from time to time is taking some information from some supply from the electrical grid. What exactly is the intelligent methods for energy management? We are using some artificial intelligent methods in order to manage the energy, some analysis, and finally the conclusions. Let's start with the supply chain, the green supply chain management, what exactly it is. Of course, as everybody knows, focus on environmental aspects of sustainability. And of course, in the supply chain management, integrates the environmental concerns, and of course, control the environmental impacts of products in its life cycle. I mean, from the raw materials up to the end. And of course, they are looking at the energy consumption and of course, the sustainability of supply chain. What exactly it is the elements of the supply chain? We start with green design. For the maritime people, I can say the green design are the new green certificate during the shipbuilding that there are required not existing hazardous materials. We have the green sourcing. Green sourcing is the new concept of green, let's say, procurement and all the other. Green manufacture, I cannot say a lot of more things. Of course, green packing, if we have some packing industry inside the port to use some materials that they could be recycled. Green transportation, which is the main part, I mean to use green electrical cars, electrical ships and all the others, ideally, or as much as low carbon emissions. And of course, the reverse logistics, which is another big aspect. Reverse logistics, we mean...
sorry for interruption, but we don't see the presentation.
You don't see it?
Yeah, you don't share it.
Wait a minute, because I said it before. Let me check. Okay. Let me check. Suppose that I will take some... Sorry, but...
I thought that it was shared by another way.
Okay, wait a minute, share the presentation. Okay. Wait a minute, because I thought that it was. Right now?
Yes.
Okay, let me start from the beginning. Okay, I will be very, very quick. Sorry about that.
Maybe
I
you
thought
can
that
put
you are
it in full screen. Okay, now it's perfect.
Okay, sorry, because I thought that you were looking
Yeah,
at that.
yeah,
Okay.
it's I thought the same. Sorry, I think the organization.
Okay, let me start from the beginning. What
Yeah,
I'm
In a
going to
nutshell. In a
what
nutshell.
I'm going, yes, what I'm going to present is the green logistics, the concept of zero emission ports energy management. This is a paper delivered together with from the University of the Aegean and of course the Netherlands Maritime University College. What exactly it is the outlines? Green supply chain management. I'm going to present the green logistics, the intelligent method from energy management, which I'm going to present how I'm using artificial intelligence in order to make this energy management. I'm going to do some analysis and finally I conclude with some results. Some of the definition, what exactly it is the green supply chain management, mainly focus on environmental aspects of sustainability, integrate environmental concerns with supply chain management, and of course controls the environmental impacts of products in its life cycles. Beside of that, of course, reducing the supply chain energy consumption to create a sustainable supply chain. This is the elements of the green supply chain, starting with green design. Green design in the maritime, for example, we have the green certificates that assures that there are not any hazardous materials included in the production. The green sourcing, I mean, creating some green procurement. The green manufacturing that says that how we are manufacturing with very limited waste and of course always with a green way. The green packing, if we have a packing facilities in the port, I mean to use some materials that are recycled. Green transportation, of course, over here we have the maximum effort. I mean to use some transportation, mean like ships and cars without using or with minimize the fossil fuel uses, and of course the green logistics. What exactly it is the green logistics? It is all attempts to measure and minimize the ecological impact of logistics activities. All activities of forward and reverse flows of products, information and service, I mean between the point of the origin and the point of the consumption. So we are looking always to be green at all this flow. The three main things of the green logistics, we start from the economy. The economy, there are some pros and cons. First of all, we have new technologies and we have the industrialization. So this one, there are resulting of the increase of the waste, of dumping and poor disposal. We have an open economy and free trade, so we are increasing the travel, and you have seen in our days how much is the travel. Then this one has an impact to the environment, having the air pollution, the deforestation, reduce of air quality, and of course, land degradation and all the others. And this one environment has an impact to the society. That means poor health, less agricultural production, and climate change, and etc. This is what exactly it is the influence of the three main factors of green logistics: economy, environment, and society. So we should develop all these things in order to have a balanced development. In the green logistics, what is the advantages? We have the green supply chain. We have positive impact on financial performance. I mean, everybody is requesting investment on green. We have a sustainability of the resources. So always we are keeping, minimize the required resources, and we are looking to reuse them. Lower cost and increase efficiency. We have product differentiation and competitive advantage. Everybody is looking right now for products that are produced ecologically or They have been transferred ecologically, adapting to regulation, reducing the risk. You know, particularly in the maritime, that there are a lot of laws for air emissions. This is something that I'm going to discuss for. And of course, the improved quality and products. This is what we are proposing for the zero emission ports. Zero emission ports means a port that it is fully powered by renewable energies. As you can see here, we have the wind turbines. I mean, we have wind turbines that usually in our plan, it is wind turbines that not in the port, but just outside, floating wind turbines or wind turbines that are put permanently in some position. We have the PVs, the photovoltaic that they are giving some energy also. We have some waves in many of the ports. Just outside of the port, there are a lot of waves. So from the waves, we can produce some energy. And of course, in some ports that they have this, I mean, this constitution, possibly we can use geothermics in order to produce cooling and heating products. This is how there are all those connected, and we try to find an algorithm in order to be connected as in an optimum way. What we have in the other, here we have a control and distribution panel. We have from the other the consumption. The main consumption of energy, it is with the new rules, we are going to have the cold ironing, that it is the shore power. Every ship that is going to come to some port has to use electricity from the shore. This is very, very difficult in order for all the renewable energies to serve this demand. So possibly we have the option to be controlled and to be connected with the regular electrical grid, but we try to minimize this one. And also we have some batteries that in case that the renewable energies that are not working, I mean, due to the lack of wind or to the lack of wave or solar, we are using some batteries. We are looking for some batteries of new type, and also as a storage technology, we are using hydrogen. I mean, with the excess power during the good time, we are creating some hydrogen, and this hydrogen is going to help us for the transportation. I mean, to charge some electric cars that they are doing some electric cars that they are doing some work in the port. This is the way that we are proposing the zero emission ports. That means if a ship is berthed to a port, stops the engine, and it is fed by electricity from the renewable energy. So we don't have anything to be emitted in the atmosphere, and this is the concept of zero emission sport. Of course, this is very difficult, requires a lot of regulation and energy management, and particularly at the time that a big ship is coming to the port, and like a cruiser, that requires a lot of energy that possibly the batteries and the wind and all the renewable energy cannot give to them. What exactly it is the intelligent methods for energy management? First of all, we are taking some things and some best practices from already what happened in microgrid, because all this grid of electricity and all the sources, it is considered as a microgrid. So there are neural networks that are regulating the energy management in residential application. Also, there are a coordinator, a scheme that it is central coordinator, that it is regulated the green connected microgrids. I mean, the microgrid of the port, it is connected to the general grid, to the power grid that exists in the city or somewhere close. And of course, there are an energy management systems that there is a central controller that has to be controlled both loads and battery to assure the energy balance at peak time. And as I said, if we have a cruiser, two cruisers together in a port, there is a big problem on energy demand. What exactly we are at this time, what exactly we are testing? we are using a Q-learning algorithm. A Q-learning is reinforced machine learning ways that creates a policy taking into account what happens before and what is the optimum ways to combine all these sources. And also we have a smaller Q-learning algorithm just for the photovoltaic, because the photovoltaic is different the way that they are producing system. And of course, we have a multi-agent system for power management using Q-learning and creating and combining all these artificial intelligence networks in order to have optimization in our system. Let me do some small analysis. Of course, in the paper there is in the proceedings my email. So if somebody wants to learn much more for the Q-learning and how we are using the Q-learning, just contact me, because it is out of the scope of this conference. There are some specific algorithms from Q-learning. We have here the concept of zero emission sport. What are the main stakeholders? The main stakeholders, there are the government, there are the sector, I mean the green ports, there are the shipyards that there are close by, there are the shipping companies. All those, they have to be informed and they have to be participated in the concept of zero emission port. We have the municipality of Port City and all the others, and of course we have a lot of different forces, that there are social and cultural forces. I mean, they have to understand that there is not any danger if we are using renewable energies. We have financial forces. Always to invest in a renewable energy, they need some initial investment. Of course, there are some technological forces, as I said before. We have to use some artificial intelligence rules or some rules of new technology. And of course, there are some political and legal forces. Everybody is asking for zero emissions everywhere, to reduce the air emissions. And of course, there are some legal forces by IMO that it is requesting some areas like the Mediterranean to be of specific areas of controlling the emissions. And this one will create in the future a lot of problems, not only to shipping, but to the ports. And of course, we did the PSTL analysis. PSTL analysis means political, economic, social, technological, environmental, and legal. The I stands for iterative. Political, we have the taxation. We have the energy policy, as I said before. Of course, we have the political stability. We have the GTP. We have the investment in alternative energy source, a local economy and commercial loans. A living condition, the social, the city. I mean, everybody wants not to be polluted by the air emissions. The local, of course, the local community always is asking for the port to stop emitting by the ships that they are berthing. We have technological, that it is the new technology like artificial intelligence, what we are doing right now. We have the environmental, that it is to protect close to the port some natural areas and not having marine or air pollution. And finally, we have the legal, that it is the environmental protection laws, and that it is all the other, that it is environmental. This is the analysis. First of all, we are thinking the first thing for this zero emission sports is the stakeholders to be identified, engaged, and informed. We have the green market, we have the cost-effective policy, we have the sustainable port operation and management, and we are creating the zero emission. The zero emission is taking the internal regulation. We are looking some intelligent methods like the Q-learning and reinforcement machine learning, and finally creates an optimum energy, efficient energy management that supports and always creates the zero emission sport, that it is the framework starting from the stakeholder and ending to the zero emission sport. Some conclusions: ports are the key element to the supply chain and green logistics. The concept of zero emission sport is referred to a port powered from renewable energies in order to fulfill its power requirements and to reduce the air emissions. And of course, we present a framework that will focus on zero emission port and sustainable port in operation and development. This one concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Again, it was a paper together with the University of the Aegean and the Netherlands Maritime University College. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Nikitakos. Very interesting presentation. Furthermore, you respect totally the duration of the presentation. You are under the 20 minutes, so perfect. I'm very interesting about this presentation by myself because it's typically the questions that we have to deal with now in the port, and we are supposed to do all the port activities with 0% of emission. And one of the, and you explained that very well in your presentation. One of the way to achieve this objective is to become autonomous energy producer as a port, and all the leads you indicate in your presentation, the wave, the photovoltaic, the wind energy, all these leads are followed by the port of Marseille actually. So I'm very interesting to have an exchange maybe later during the days coming, the coming days with you about that, and especially because we are preparing a consortium to answer to a European call, H2020. Maybe you know exactly this European program, and we are preparing an answer with many people coming from the Med, and so I think it could be interesting to have a discussion between us after the Marlog conference. For now, as I said before, the Q&A session will start after the presentation of the three panelists. Now we will have to, I suggest to go directly to the presentation of the Dr. Kach. Sorry again for the pronunciations, Dr. Sonia Mlaka-Kach. So now many people know a little bit more Slovenia in France after the cycling competition Tour de France, because you make 1 and 2 position in this competition. So many people in France know a little bit more Slovenia, but for the pronunciation, maybe it could take a little bit more time to have a perfect pronunciation. So Professor Mlaka-Kach, if I can introduce you, I would say that you are, sorry, I would say that you are, I'm sorry, you are a professor assistant professor in communication science in University of Ljubljana in Slovenia. You have finished your PhD in 2014. You make your career in the Faculty of Logistics, and you have you are at the end of a laboratory for supply chain management between 2017 and 2019, and now you are a member of the Senate of the University of Maribor, and you are leader of several national student research projects. Professor Mlaka-Kach, if you are ready, we are ready to listen to you. And as we said with the Professor Nikitakos, we need to have this green transition. We have to need a new management of all the energy in the port. But I'm sure we need, for that, we need new skills and competencies. And I think this is exactly what you are explaining to us now with your presentation. Thank you very much to be here, and we are listening to you, dear professor.
Hello, everyone. First of all, could you just let me know if I can share my presentation and if you can see it now? Can you see my presentation? My PowerPoint?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay.
We see your presentation. Perfect.
Okay. Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Sonja Mlakarkac, and I come from University of Maribor from Slovenia, and I will today present a paper that was actually prepared together with our Vice Dean for Study Programs, Professor Maja Forschner, and with my assistant Nataja Čuček. And my presentation will be about the competencies in logistics sector in Slovenia. So the goal of the paper is actually to introduce the expected and in our research detected competencies in Slovene logistics sector. So we can describe competencies as skills, knowledge, and abilities that are needed for successful work, in our case in logistics and supply chain, with stress on Industry 4.0. So our research actually focus will be on all three dimensions, so on skills, knowledge, and abilities. And we made a qualitative research at the beginning of this year, where we analyzed 108 job advertisements that were published at the beginning of the year in Slovene HR different web pages. And we detected 56 different competencies. And at the end of our presentation, I will present the competencies that are expected by companies in Slovenia in logistics sector. And we will list all these competencies in 4 different groups of competencies: technical, methodological, social, and personal competencies. And we will also discuss which are specific for Industry 4.0. Okay, if we first very briefly and shortly define a competence, it was what was actually basis for our research. So competencies can be actually examined from organizational and individual point of view. Competencies of individuals are getting a lot of attention and are present as more and more important in organizations. Because of course they help individuals to perform their work successfully, which results in better companies or organizational performance. There are several different definitions of competencies, but for us the most important was the ones that describes competencies from workers' point of view. And competencies can be defined as a whole of interrelated skills, knowledge, motivation, self-image, values, that when individual knows, wants, or is able to successfully use in a given work situation. So it is about knowledge, experiences, skills, abilities, and other personal characteristics. Okay, of course, we also first went through different, let's say, characteristics of Industry 4.0. We decided to use that one that was the most, let's say, useful for also logistics 4.0. So if you look at the Industry 4.0 factories, we can say that there are 5 main characteristics, which are connected, optimized, transparent, proactive, and agile. So connected means that the data flow from production plan is really fluent. So between various subsystems or departments, or from the supply chain point of view. Then if you look at the second component, which is about optimized, it's about running different algorithms or that are optimizing every aspect of operation with minimum human intervention, actually. Then transparent, which means that there is an extensive use of metrics that allow easier control of operations. Then proactive, more in qualitative sense, and agile, which means then the quality enables actually smart companies to implement, schedule, and product changes fast and with actually minimal intervention. If we then move on to if we kind of do a combination of Industry 4.0 and competencies, we can see that there are always training needs in companies that are connected to a specific industry sector, to technology use, to software development, transversal skills, and of course that they are specific for specific job profiles. And of course the training needs lead towards training proposals, which are usually offered in 3 different areas, from the technical, transversal to contextual skills. This is what was actually the basis for our qualitative research. It is the Landweber's competencies in Industry 4.0. He actually defines 4 different competencies. So the technical competencies, methodological competencies, social competencies, and personal competencies. And this was, as already mentioned, so the basis for also our research. So the technical competencies are like state-of-the-art knowledge, process understanding, technical skills, and so on. Methodological competencies are connected to creativity, entrepreneurial thinking, problem solving, conflict solving, decision making, analytical skills, research skills, and so on. Social competencies are mostly connected to intercultural skills, to language skills, communication skills, networking skills, ability to work in a team, to be cooperative, to transfer knowledge, and also leadership skills. And then the last group of competencies are personal competencies that are in close connection to flexibility, to motivation to learn, ability to work under pressure, sustainable mindset, and compliance. Then if we move on to our research, before we did this qualitative analysis, we looked in some previous researches in field of competencies in logistics in Slovenia. We performed them several times in last few years. We did it on several different ways, so from different analysis of a job market, also of the questionnaire that were sent to the major logistics companies, and so on. And the previous researches of the latest studies actually have shown that the competencies that are listed on this slide are really seen as really important in Slovene logistics sector. So it is mostly about good organizational skills, good analytical thinking, communication skills, knowledge of foreign languages. In case of Slovenia, because of the geographical position, this is mostly about English, German, Croatian, or maybe also Serbian language. Then good negotiation skills, flexibility, accuracy, IT thinking, logical thinking, and so on. They're actually listed on this slide. So then, as already mentioned at the beginning, we collected all job advertisements that were published in the biggest HR online portal in Slovenia in January and February 2020. Since you have to imagine that Slovenia, with a population of 2 million people, is really a small country, which also means that Slovene economy and job market in general is very small. So these were actually all job advertisements published in this period in Slovenia. So which means this quite a representative, let's say, sample. And then we first collected job advertisements, then we listed all the competencies, and then we put them into an order, or let's say, according to the definitions before, we put them into the 4 different groups. So altogether, 56 different competencies have been detected. And if we look at the research results, I will not go that much into the detail because you can see the research results in this site. So it is about the technical competencies, methodological competencies, social competencies, and personal competencies. We can see that the most important technical competencies were good computer knowledge, knowledge in ERP systems, general computer application programs use, also work with the huge databases and material flow knowledge and so on. When it comes to the education, in all cases, it was whether a higher education of logistics, economics, or technical field. And if you move on then to the methodological competencies, we can see that it is mostly about the professional approach, ability of systematic thinking, huge databases analysis, and analytical knowledge. So social skills were most detected in field of management skills, okay, then language skills, as mentioned also before, and then ability to motivate team, to work in team, team orientation, and so on. And the personal competencies, the mostly listed was the flexibility, positive attitude, willingness to learn, for additional training, autonomy, and so on. So what is important for successful work in Logistics 4.0 systems is actually a good background knowledge of Industry 4.0 and industry processes, machine learning, smart factories, understanding the logistics processes, also smart services and products, and knowledge in digital business models. So in our analysis, we are missing actually some specific knowledge, like machine learning or knowledge, since it has been mentioned, it hasn't been mentioned at all. And also smart factories, services, and products were not mentioned directly, but we can find them in descriptions like flexibility, to be adaptable, connected, and systematic thinking. Then Logistics 4.0 is also connected to good knowledge in supply chain management and strategy, also managing values in supply chain, and in a few years also they're very close connected to blockchain technologies and Internet of Things concepts. None of these two has been mentioned in analyzed job as advertisements directly, but could again be found indirectly in the new technology knowledge and willingness to learn new concepts and gain new knowledge. Also, big data analysis and processing and demand management are highly required in Industry and Logistics 4.0. And this can be also found in our analyzed basis of advertisements in descriptions like big data analysis, knowledge of Excel and other programs, system thinking, demand forecasting, relationship building with all stakeholders. Further on, no, let's say, artificial intelligence has been mentioned yet in our online job advertisements, but it is probably a specific of the case of logistics. So other computer experts are also included in the team and could have that knowledge. So that is why it was probably not that much mentioned in logistics sector. So also another important factor in logistics 4.0 is are actually the concepts of digitalization and automatization of, for example, warehousing, inventory, and transportation. And both of these can be found in some parts of our research results, since this digitalization and automatization are changing working conditions, let's say, rapidly. Also, personal skills like flexibility, positive attitude, self-initiative, accuracy, proactivity, responsibility, willingness for additional training and goal-oriented attitude are also crucial. And for the same reason, also systematic analytical thinking is really mentioned several times. So we think that these personal competencies can substitute some in our research missing knowledge of notions and concepts that are connected to the future in logistics, or we probably shape the future in logistics, like augmented reality, autonomous vehicles, drones, and etc. So if we sum up our, let's say, presentation, the logistics is very multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary sector, where wide range of skills, knowledge, and attitude is needed for successful work. And in all cases, it is a mixture of technical, methodological, social, and personal skills. We are missing in our analyzed job advertisements directly some important notions of logistics 4.0, like digitalization, automatization of processes in logistics and supply chain, like blockchain technologies, Internet of Things concept, and so on. But we think that they are directly hidden in computer knowledge requirements, and especially in personal characteristics and ability to gain quickly new knowledge and to be flexible. So, namely, to sum up, the logistics sector is really developing rapidly in the world, and flexibility, self-initiative, high responsibility, reliability, and autonomy are urgently needed for a successful work in a field of logistics. So this was really quickly sum up of our research, and also I would like to thank you to invite me, and I'm glad that I could present my paper here on a virtual conference.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maklakac, for this interesting presentation and sometime fraying presentation. When we see the scope and the scale of all the skills and competencies needed now to work in logistics and to address the challenges of the industry 4.0, it's a little bit impressive, especially for port manager, as I can be somehow. But it's very important to have this kind of list and this kind of presentation of all the the competencies, abilities, and skills needed for the future and to succeed in the green transition called by Professor Nikitakos. So, as I said in my introduction, we address the P, the planet, we address the P, the people, and now we will address directly the P, the performance, thanks to engineer Mohamed Al-Said. Mohamed Al-Said will make a presentation. The aim of this presentation is to help the shipping companies, maritime energy manager, to overcome most of the maritime energy efficiency implementation barriers while acting the energy efficiency management plan. So it's exactly what we said. Professor Engineer Mohamed, you have been engineer in 2002. You became a member of the Arab Academy teaching staff in 2017. If I'm right, you have a long career in maritime transport, in marine, and you are now as well, you have a master coming from Malmo, and you was awarded this degree in 2018. So Engineer Mohamed El Sayed, if you are ready, your time is coming, and we are eager to listen to you, Professor Engineer Mohamed El Sayed El Baya.
Yes, sir.
Sorry for the
You hear me,
accent,
sir?
Engineer. Sorry. It's okay?
Yeah.
So maybe you can start to share your presentation if you have a presentation.
Of course, of course.
Sorry
Thank
to
you,
tell
Mr.
you
Chairman,
that
Dr. Philip.
sorry to tell you that your presentation has to be done in 15 minutes, no more, to keep our agenda. Okay.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay, sir. I will try to catch you within the 15 minutes
2 or
only.
3 minutes before the end. Thank you very much. We listen
Thank
to
you, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Philip Clement. Distinguished guests, firstly, I would like to thank the Conference Council members for their tremendous efforts, and also for allowing me and my colleague, Captain Fawzi Dekenish, to participate in such a great international maritime event. Ladies and gentlemen, my presentation will contain, I will share now the presentation with you. My presentation will contain introduction, research gap, research motivation, findings, conclusion, and recommendations. Firstly, there is a background information that you need to know about the topic about energy efficiency. What is the GHG? Greenhouse gases as per the United Nations Framework Convention for Climate Change in 1994 means those gases constituents of the atmosphere, both natural and anthropogenic, that absorb and re-emit infrared radiation. Main components of the GHG gases: CO2, carbon dioxide by 76% approximately, and methane, CH4 with 16%, and nitrous oxide, N2O with 6%. Other greenhouse gases are hydrofluorocarbons, perfluorocarbons, and sulfur hexafluoride, unspecified mix of HFCs and PFCs, nitrogen trifluoride. So how much is environmentally beneficial to reduce the percentage of 76%? So if we have a historical overview, since thousands of years before the present, the ppm of CO2 was about 180, about 22,000 years ago, about 180 ppm in the atmosphere. But by the time until we reached the end of the ice age, about 12,000 years ago, reached about 250 ppm. If we review the last 6 decades between 1960 and 2020, we can find the tremendous increase or steep increase for between the 320 ppm started first by 0.7 ppm per year to reach 2 ppm per year. At the end, about 420 ppm. The cause of this CO2 and other GHG gases, they affect the climate change mainly, and the symptoms of the climate change is acidic rain and desertification, decreasing of the sea ice cover for the polar areas, and rising the sea levels and threatening some countries to disappear and some islands to disappear, like Bangladesh, for example. There is some efforts done by the shipping industry, mainly IMO, to address this problem, like in enlargement way, the EEDI, the Energy Efficiency Design Index under the Ship Energy Efficiency Management Plan. Enlargement in the Marble Annex 6 on energy efficiency for shipping, mandating EEDI for the new ships built after 2015, and SEM covered, all the ships are required to have SEM, Ship Energy Efficiency Management Plan. There is some projects like the Global MTT Network, which is a global effort to reduce greenhouse gases emissions from ships, relying heavily on improvement of energy efficiency and increased uptake of low carbon technologies. Better energy efficiency means less fuel to use and means low emissions. This project between 2016 and 2019, funded by the European Union, and intended to technical assistance for the countries, partnership, and it's open for the countries to have a partnership in it. There is also another project done by the IMO called GLOMEP project, and build understanding, knowledge, and technical and operational energy efficiency measures for some countries participating in this project, like Argentina, China, Georgia, India, and Jamaica, Malaysia, and Morocco, Panama, Philippines, and South Africa. All these efforts by IMO to help to work with the agenda for United Nations 2030 agenda, Sustainable Development Goals, and serving for the Sustainable Development Goals number 7, affordable and clean energy, and 13, climate action. If we take the implementation of energy efficiency as a mission, so how the energy efficiency management, GHG emissions control measures, if we analyze it by SWOT analysis, we can find that the strengths for implementing energy efficiency, that we have already the legal binding energy efficiency measures like EEDI and SEM, capacity building for the state about energy efficiency measures like projects GLOMEP and GMN, MTTC, we mentioned it previously, and the alternative fuel vessel already started to be implemented like LNG in some regions like Baltic Sea, emission control areas already in some areas, and actually there is some new ACA emission control areas like Mediterranean coming soon to be an emission control area. Weaknesses for implementing energy efficiency, that the implementing challenges, data collection, it's not settled yet, like DCS, like data collecting system by IMO, still in progress. Lack of available supply chain and infrastructure for some kind of alternative fuel like LNG. EEDI applies only for the new ships built after 2015, and capital cost, how you can convince operators and owners of ships to transfer to a dirty fuel, from dirty fuel, cheap one, to expensive clean fuel, which and take extra cost, the capital cost for retrofitting ships. Opportunity, market-based approach, like the aviation, what happened in aviation, like Corsia, international scope, so we can take it as a benchmark or best practice to copy from it, how they managed to create the carbon market on the Corsia mission, and utilizing renewable energy on board the ships and the application on our ports for solar and wind. And we have already all over the world, we have some ports, you can say like Hamburg and Antwerp, they already did a lot of efforts in this track. New technology like electrical energy cars, we can copy this technology to have it on board. Actually, on board ships, we have electrical ships recently, since it's already included in Manila Amendment 2010, some regulations for electrical energy use on board ships, applying tax on GHG emissions. This is a national scope. Threats. This disincentive for industry about tax, climate change denial, like USA, they withdrew in 2017 in Hamburg from the climate, from the Paris Agreement in 2017, October. Low priority on some government list. Some developing countries still they looking for the environment protection as a lower priority than food and electricity supply. Shortage of information, education, and monopoly. The know-how still not spread about the new technologies for the renewable energy, and also the education, not all the curriculums on all, not spread it yet in all schools and universities. Slow improvement of renewable energy technology. That means that renewable energy is still not mature enough to have the sufficient production of electricity. So where's the gap for research? Actually, if we check the energy efficiency, ideal implementation and the actual implementation, we will find different between them. That's called the energy efficiency gap, but this is not our gap. The gap in this research, that people start to look to this idea, energy efficiency gap, and analyzing the cause. What's the reason? Where is the gap? Why the implementation differentiate from the actual implementation differentiate from the ideal implementation? And they start classifying barriers from different scopes. This research scope is to review the literature carried out on energy efficiency implementation barriers and to highlight the most reliable combination. So our motivation was actually the barrier in the barriers not taken in research that much to energy efficiency of shipping are not widely discussed in the published literature. This made the reviewing of all the latest research articles is an easier mission to stand on the current maritime energy efficiency implementation barriers, aiming to categorize and gather and qualitatively describe the barriers in one document to help the maritime energy manager to overcome barriers and undertake the most optimum decision while implementing energy efficiency measures in their organization. So firstly, we find about six only in literature, 6 researches and 1 PhD thesis taking this idea about energy efficiency implementation barriers. Jafar Zada and Newton are stated that barriers are grouped into 7 main categories as followed: information barriers, economic barriers, intra and inter organizational barriers, technological barriers, policy barriers, and geographical barriers. In this paper, which is called A Framework to Bridge the Energy Efficiency Gap in Shipping. But if we back to Rahmatullah in his PhD thesis, and then he extract this from his thesis, another research paper with the same meaning with a researcher called Smith, to handle the energy of economic energy efficiency barriers with its subcategories like barriers of energy efficiency. They said organizational, power and culture, behavioral, bonded rationality, form of for information, credibility and trust, inertia. Economic, they divided into 2 main categories, 2 subcategories like market failures and non-market failures. Market failures, principle, Asian problems, split incentives, adverse selection, moral hazard and imperfection, and asymmetric information. Non-metric failures, market heterogeneity, and the hidden cost, access to capital and risk. We found more, Diwan and Yaqub and Susanna, and 2 very similar categories for Javarzada and Houghton, while Olsher and Pellini interpret decision-making challenge in selecting the best emission reduction measures as a barrier. Kitada and Olsher, again, advocate that barriers could be categorized as follows: safety and reliability, technical uncertainty, behavioral barriers, market constraints, financial and economic constraints, and finally complexity and added managerial difficulties in auditing the work done by the subsidiary and outsourced firms as a barrier. To conclude, the authors agree, me and Captain Fauzi, we agree after analyzing all the data in the literature, all the previously mentioned barriers categorized can include under only 3 main categories. And they are meeting the IMO categories and recommendations, which is human element barriers, policy and regulation barriers, technical and innovation barriers. And our recommendation from all the researchers we did that more scientific research is required to cover especially the human element part. The cooperation between member states is required also to share the knowledge, the know-how for technologies, for renewable energy technologies and knowledge transfer. Regulation ratification and implementation is required. Some countries still not ratify Marble Annex 6, Chapter 4, especially for energy efficiency, includes energy efficiency in specialized universities curriculums to spread the knowledge, and market-based measures, carbon price. We can, as we mentioned, like a CORSIA benchmark or best practice, CSR implementation, corporative social responsibility will increase the loyalty of the employers, which increase their efficient work efficiency and reduce costs and consumed power. Refer to barriers classification to the IMO. Thank you very much for your attention. Any questions? And we have the reference. Any further informations are available in the references attached. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Engineer El-Sayed. Thank you for this presentation. It is 10 to 10, so we are still exactly in the time. Thank you for this interesting presentation, Engineer El-Sayed. And it's as the previous presentation, it's impressive. Because we see that we have many things to do to achieve the objective of the green transition as assumed by the Professor Nikitakos at the first presentation. We have many things to do, and I guess we will need the effort and the investment of the public and private sector to succeed in raising all these barriers to the energy efficiency. As asked to the chairman of this session, I will go directly to the Q&A session. So in direct, I put to see if there is some question, and there is some question as expected. The first one question is addressed to Professor Nikitakos, coming from Mr. Walid El-Sayed. What are the main key elements for starting green transition in the emerging ports? I repeat again, what are the main key elements for starting green transition in the emerging ports? Thank you, Dr. Nikitakos, to answer.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for your question. You mean transition in energy. So we have to look 2 things. How much it is always speaking for cold ironing. I mean, to give to the ships power energy from the shore. Always we have to see what is the supply and what is the demand. The demand is coming from the kind of ship that it is berthed to our port. So if it is, I said, a cruise ship, requires much more energy than a bulk carrier or a tanker. The other one is what kind of renewable energies we are going to see. So we have to make a very great measurement and very precise measurement what exactly it would be the resources. I mean, how much is the air, how much is the waves, how much is the solar. The the PVs, they are not giving a lot of energy. The most energy is coming from the wind power. That means outside of the port, because in the port there are restrictions about the land. So we have very carefully to create, as we are proposing, a wind power, mainly floating wind power, because the depths in the Mediterranean are very, very high. For the waves, okay, there is some power, but the waves always, it is very, very difficult because they have a lot of, let's say, damage and fatigue due to the very high very high waves. For the rest of the port, we have first of all to introduce the electric transportation between the port. We have to introduce the zero emission, zero energy ports, which is completely another discussion, but also we have to look at this. And also we have to introduce the culture to all the human resources, how they are going to behave and how they are going to use all the and artificial intelligence. It helps a lot for the appropriate decision. In a very, very short time, I think that I answered to your question about that.
Thank you for this answer, Dr. Nikitakos. If you have some question for our distinguished panelists, don't hesitate to put this in the Q&A sessions or ask directly now, because it's opened. I have a question now for Dr. Marlog. Sonia, what is the role of databases and artificial intelligence to discover talents, skills, and the ability to logical thinking? Dr. Marlog, have you got some elements on this question?
Yeah, thank you very much for this interesting question. That was not a focus of our research actually, but I try to, let's say, explain in general, I would say it is really important that both big data analysis and artificial intelligence are actually about finding the interesting patterns in the data, then explaining those patterns, and also then using those patterns in explanation. So from this point of view, of course, as already said, it was really not the focus of our research, but the same, let's say, general elements would be also then needed and required for finding the appropriate talents or people with appropriate skills and talents. But our research was actually vice versa. You know, we were examining or looking for different skills, knowledges, and abilities that are needed for successful work in logistics. So it was actually, our focus was vice versa. But I hope I answered also to your question. So it is about finding the patterns in the databases and explaining them. And this is also can be a way to find appropriate people for appropriate workplaces, of course. And this is why also all huge HR agencies have the big databases with a lot of information about, let's say, our clients or potential clients or whatever. So yes, of course it can be used, but it was really totally not what we focused on in our research. Okay, I hope I answered it anyway.
Thank you for this answer. I'm just look for another question, but if there is no other question, we are close to the end. If there is no question, I just want to ask to Engineer Mohamed El-Bahab, just from your point of view, what could be, I don't know, one or two main actions to take now, coming from all the private or all the public sector to rise one of these barriers that you focus on, because you identify, I think, perfectly where is the problem, and now my point is where could be the solution to this problem, and what we could do now this afternoon to try to start to rise one of these barrier. If it's possible for you to answer to my question, thank you very much, Engineer Helbawa.
Yes, sir. Actually, I ended my presentation as we classify the main barriers to 3 categories: human element barriers, which is very complicated to have an immediate action unless we are talking about the education process. So we including curriculums from my recommendations, as I said, for the education and colleges and all technical colleges currently. It's a good action to be taken to improve the human element knowledge, and also the technical and innovation barrier will be helped in this point also. Beside that, we can say that the policy and regulation barriers, the ratification, the immediate ratification for the Marble Annex 6, Chapter 3 and 4. So in this moment, the ratification will help for policy and regulation barriers, and including in the curriculums, energy efficiency for renewable energy, and for the curriculums for education, for engineering colleges and maritime colleges, maritime education and training. So that will help, I think.
Thank you, Mohamed. Thank you. I think because I'm in charge of the one of the projects in the Medport Association is to find a way to improve the connection between the supply and the demand of training. So I'm quite interested by your presentation and by what you say now. And one of the problem is to I think is to find a way to change very quickly as the market asks. The university curriculums, because there is kind of disconnection between what the university could provide and what the market asks. And
the bond between market and demand and supply. And also actually the vocational education, we can go in lower level to the vocational education. And we have several technical schools, but this technical schools not include the renewable energy and energy efficiency also. So if we spread it and we are not waiting to have a specialized schools for energy efficiency, that will help also.
There is another question in the Q&A session, but I want to ask to Professor Nikita Kos and maybe Mark Catch as well. How are your relation with the industries, with the maritime transport market, with the logistic actors to well or better have a better understanding of what they need for the future, and how is it for you possible to change your curriculum of your teaching in the university? So if you have some insight about the relation between, how can I say that, the market and the university, how does it work in your university, for example? Thank you, both Sonia or Nikita.
Philippe, thank you very much for being with us. Thank you very much for all the speakers. I'm happy today to have Philippe from France.
It's finished.
Thank you. Thank you.
And also to have all the presenters from Greece, from Slovenia, here from Egypt. Thank you very much. I would like also to add that I am very happy for the good relation and the strong relation which progress day after day with Midports. I think it's very important organization in the Mediterranean, and we do actually need more cooperation between South Mediterranean ports and North Mediterranean ports. And this is, I think, this is the role of Midports. Maybe COVID-19 put a little bit pressure, but I'm sure that we can continue in near future. Actually, I was hoping that I have all of you here in Alexandria to welcome you personally and to have some kind of networking and social activities. But I'm sure that all of you will be trying to be with us in coming Marlog 10. We suppose today at the closing session, we announcement the date and the topic title of the Marlog 10. I ask from you all if you are free today at 2 p.m. Egypt time, please be with us in the closing session if it is suitable for you. We will announce the recommendations and also, as I said, announce launching the Marlog 10, inshallah. So on behalf of Philippe, the session chairman, I will give some souvenir from the conference to Dr. Engineer Mohammed Bawab. This is the one only I can give to him because he is personally with us here in Arab Academy. But I promise that if Dr. Sonia and Dr. Niktas with us in coming Marlog, I will give 2 souvenirs, not one for Marlog 9 and one for Marlog 10. So maybe this encourage you all to be with us coming summer, inshallah. Okay. Thank you very much. Please, just 1 second, because we need to have photo all of us. Jim, Mohammed, would you like to come here, please?
Of course, yes.
Also, my colleague, Professor Ihab Al-Qassas, Vice Chairman, Conference Chairman, will be here with me. I think, yeah, please.
So we'll keep one for us,
Thank you.
if we'll come in Egypt, because I will come next year, for sure.
Congrats.
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
I ask from our photographer to have a photo from here to the screen of the computer. خدنا صورة بقى كده. لا احنا عايز صور من سكرين. كده حضرينا.
مش شايف.
طب نعمل سكرين
جنب.
عايزين سكرين؟
نعمل برنت سكرين. او انا هعملها بره، هعملها بره على الجهاز بره.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hope to see you today.
A pleasure and a proud. Ciao, ciao.
Bye-bye. And as I wrote to Amira, I will not be able to join at 2 p.m. So see you in some other occasions, okay? Best regards from Slovenia.
Yes, but I have also another presentation about 3D printing, but at the end of this is something else that I'm working on.
Now we'll have only...
Unfortunately, the link was cut, so I had to make some comments on artificial intelligence for the personnel, but in the next Marlog, possibly. Okay, bye-bye. Thank you.
It's our pleasure.
Bye. Thank you.
For the
Always a
participants,
pleasure to be with you.
we only
Ciao,
have
ciao.
15 minutes break, and we'll start the second session at 10:40. Thank you very much. See you.
The present in which we now live on this good land is a victory over the suffering and cruel circumstances of the past. As he was keen to keep up with latest developments in different areas, the late Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan established the National Marine Dredging Company, NMDC, in 1976 to carry out sea drilling works, especially dredging projects. This involved work on the southern channel of Al Makta Bridge, Al Nar Island and Zayed Port development, the reclaimed Al Sadr area, including Kantut, Al Jarf, then Al Lulu Island and Sabani Yas Island. Development of Abu Al Abiyad Island, one of the urban achievements and successes of the UAE in areas of sustainable development. And under such visionary leadership, NMDC projects have become icons that shape our country's urban map. These projects include the Abu Dhabi Corniche Public Beach, one of the city's most popular attractions. In 2002, NMDC built the 3.5-kilometer long beachfront. Approximately 3.5 million cubic meters of materials were dredged and used for reclamation. On the western end, NMDC was involved in the preparations for the area where the world-famous Emirates Palace Hotel was built, and further down carried out more preparations to house the new presidential palace complex, which includes the magnificent Qasr Al Watan. Reshaping and reclaiming Al Maria Island in 2008, and using about 6 million cubic meters of dredged materials for reshaping the island, and as filling materials in construction works, qualifying the island to be suitable for world-class projects that attract international investment in all areas. Adjacent to Zakum offshore oil field, the most challenging dredging project was carried out to build 4 artificial islands in the shape of falcons. With 15,000 square meters built area, including huge projects and solid infrastructure to withstand the most extreme weather and natural disasters, even earthquakes. Expanding Khalifa Port for 1,000 meters from the port platform and deepening its main channel and dock from 16 meters to 18 meters with 10,415,000 cubic meters of dredged quantity. The new platform added more than 600,000 square meters for cargo handling. The port becomes able to deal with the largest ships in the world, increasing the competitive ability of the Emirate as a logistics and marine hub. In 2014, and as part of projects in the Gulf area, specifically at Eastern Sitra in the Kingdom of Bahrain, about 540 hectares were reclaimed on 6 separate islands, which required 25 million cubic meters of sand to build industrial and national projects in Bahrain. The challenge continues at the regional level outside the GCC countries. NMDC led a world dredging consortium to dredge the water passage of the new Suez Canal in just 9 months. In a race against time, the company's production recorded the highest dredging rate in the world over the last 3 decades, with 1 million cubic meters per day. The expansion allows this critical water passage to enable two-way ship movement, which effectively maximizes its capacity and improves its performance in enabling passage of the largest ships through one of the most important water passages in the world. Its challenge and determination to succeed and excel with the vision of the wise father, supported by his sons with an unwavering will to complete the journey of the nation that can accept only to be at the top in all areas. NMDC at local, regional and international levels.
وأنا هذا دائما أقول هكذا أن اللي لا يعرف ماضيه لا يمكن يعرف الحاضر اللي هو فيه ولا يعرف المستقبل واللي بيواجهه.
National Marine Dredging Company, NMDC.
Alexandria Port Authority and Kila Port. Alexandria Port is considered the Arab Republic of Egypt's largest port, through which more than 60% of Egypt's foreign trade passes, characterized by the exceptional navigational route that requires the least amount of dredging. The port has a cruise passenger terminal for giant vessels, a train terminal, also an integrated administrative compound, a conference hall, and a port museum. There is also a building serving the banks, businessmen and investors, an electronic compound and integrated networks for all the sectors operating. Alexandria Port Authority is friendly to the environment, having an exemplary center for civil defense. What distinguishes the ports of Alexandria and El Duhaila is the availability of multimodal means of transportation, as the two ports are connected to the main international coastal road that connects Egypt with the North African country, trains to all roads and rail networks, in addition to the station linkage between Alexandria Port and the River Nile. Alexandria Port drew the attention and the full support of the state for being the country's main port. As a result of that, vital projects were set for the port, as the naval arsenal and petroleum service basin. Also, specialized container terminals were established and operated, in addition to the establishment of the terror radar, administrative and informatic system in order to cope with the fifth-generation ports and applying the global trading and logistics system standards, such as General Cargo Terminal, Container Terminals, Multi-Purpose Cargo and the Oil Terminal. Seamen's Club. It was established to provide the social and cultural services for the seamen of the port of Alexandria. The available potentials of the International Seamen's Club is a room for the usage of the internet, lounge for lunch that can receive up to 140 visitors and guests, gyms, billiards, tennis table, library that hold books stating the history of Alexandria Port establishment, 10 integrated hotel rooms to serve seamen coming from their countries to join all kind of ships, and also seafarers traveling to their home country in case of flight delay. In the field of international cooperation, several memorandum of understandings and letters of intent with various world port were signed to coordinate and exchange information and expertise, and mainly to strengthen and deepen the friendship and international cooperation bonds. Alexandria Port Authority and Kila Port.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Good morning.
Morning, Professor Salman. It's nice to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Good morning, Professor Francisco.
Ancello,
Nice
yes.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Morning.
Yeah.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Babak. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I'm very happy to have you all today. Good morning, Andrea.
Good morning.
Thank you all to be with us today in Marlog. Just 1 minute and we'll start officially the session.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Yes. We start the session number 6, the second session today. I am very happy to have these respective professor and colleagues from over the world. I welcome Dr. Babak Benjamili, Vice Chairman of Maritime Navigation Commission, World Association for Waterborne Transport Infrastructure, BIANC. Dr. Benjamili will be the chairman for this session today. He has more than 25 years of diverse port-related experience. After measuring on both maritime civil engineering and electrical engineering. So it's multidiscipline, civil and electrical. He has a doctor and master degree. His interests include application of information and innovation technologies, plus sustainability and social responsibility issues. Very, very interesting topics and very long background in business and with BIANC. So thank you very much, Dr. Babak, to be with us today. Thank you very much to
my pleasure. Thank you.
Be, our chairman today. We have 4 presentations, and I do hope that we stick to the time. And now floor with Dr. Babak.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone attending this wonderful conference. I'd like to thank you very much our Academy for Science and Technology and Science, and also Maritime Transport for a great job that they're doing for organizing this conference, which I've been enjoying in the last 2 days. And I look forward to joining you for this session in continuation. As in line with the actual theme of the conference, we do have the impacts of the 4th Industrial Revolution on ports. And also we have a sub-theme of port and city interaction, which is also very interesting because I know in previous sessions of Marlog we have had in the past smart ports as a theme. So now to look at the context of port and cities, in addition to that, is also a very interesting thing. We have 4 presentations today. We have 2 sub-themes, I would say. One of them is application of simulation tools to training in ports, and the other one is a smart port and a small logistic community. So we have these 4 that each 2 of them have some link together. And I'd like to just briefly mention some of the features that exist in the presentations before I invite the first presentation, Professor Nazir, to start. I think that it's quite interesting that we have people, the actual professors and also the leaders from the industry who are presenting today. They have a very vast background in both in the areas of port training and also port logistics and community. So I would like to start by mentioning that for the first presentation, we have application of virtual reality using head-mounted devices for training, which is in a way a kind of a new paradigm, and there is this drive to mature this technology, and they have the challenges like the major challenge of what's called the situational awareness or situational assessment, to be able to make sure that we maintain the features of physical station when we actually do this in a virtual way. The second presentation is very interesting, and it has the title Ports of Future. This is going to consider the whole supply chain and what we could do for the whole supply chain to make sure there is integration of information and creation of what's called the business logic for the end consumer at the end of the supply chain. So it's actually integration of a lot of software and a lot of networks through a platform which is called Nextport. And the third presentation is going to consider the case study of Romania port of Constanța and also the context of the Black Sea regarding the implementation of a port community system and what challenges are faced when we actually attempt to do that, which is also quite interesting. And the fourth presentation considers the actual application of simulation training tools for ports and the impacts that it has to improve the situation when it comes to the health, to safety, environment, and also the efficiency of the operations. So to keep to the timeline, I just would like to introduce our first speaker, Professor Nazir. Professor Nazir is a professor at the University of Southeastern Norway at the Department of Maritime Operation. He's also the head of the Training and Assessment Research Group called TARG. He has got his PhD in Industrial Chemical Engineering, specializing in human factors from Politecnico di Milano, Italy. And he's been focusing on human factors, training methods, virtual reality training simulations, and some other topics. And he's heading some projects regarding the complex socio-technical systems with combination of some European countries who are cooperating on that. Just before we start, I'd like to ask Professor Nazir to take the floor. Just would like to remind our dear participants that we have 20 minutes for each presentation and 10 minutes for discussions. And please keep all your questions and maintain your excitement until the end. Then we start the discussion and we have 10 minutes for discussion. So I'd like to invite Professor Nazir to start with the first lecture of this session, please.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the detailed introduction and to be present here virtually in this very interesting conference, which we have to take it online. Of course, it's a different setting. So I hope I'm easy to be heard, and I will share my screen now. I would just want to be sure that we don't have any technical issues. So Dr. Babak, can you raise your thumb and let me know it's in order?
Everything is in order, actually. I can. It's fine.
Right.
Everything's clear. Thank you.
Great. All right. So it's a very interesting topics or collection of topics in this conference. And I think as we move forward, it's more vital to not to ignore an important component of this whole maritime industry, that is the training aspect of it. And why? Because even though we move towards more automation and more autonomy, the presence of human in one way or the other is necessary. And what are the skills, what are the competence required by that operator or a seafarer or an engineer is always evolving because our systems are evolving. And then one component is that we realize the skills required by those operators making decisions. The other is that to give them those skills. And for that, we need to innovate our existing training and assessment methods and our philosophies and our approaches towards those methods. Thus, we are doing research on the use of virtual reality. So I know I have a limited time. I will try to my best to give the message of what I want to give in this talk. So this is the research group. It's much larger than the picture now, and there are many new members, which I'm heading. I'm working as a professor, has been introduced by the chairman very kindly. The research areas which we are focused on are training, assessment, because you can't continue to train operators or technical people without understanding how much is the effectiveness of that training. How is the training given the impact which was desired initially during the design of the training program? And that also the research which we are involved in, and we have some project, is safety, because it's very much connected. If you see, most of the accidents or delays or challenges comes in the supply chain or large accidents. There is always an aspect, an element which involves human. So how can we understand that role of humans, and also how can we find the correct and appropriate training methods where this roles can be given the adequate amount of skills so they can do the right actions. So I think I've already covered the topics. And next, I will just try to move this here. So there are several projects in my research group and at the university I work in. I just named some of them. So if you are interested, I'm open to learn from you and to collaborate also. The large project, which is it's in NOC, which is about 1.3 million euros, is inner training, and that is about using virtual reality in maritime training simulators. Other is about the EU project. It's about increasing the safety by again by developing and finding the training methods which is required for the complex socio-technical systems. And then we are also conducting some workshops every year where some of the colleagues from the university in Egypt were invited. And it was very nice to have talks from them also. So I would like to go into the core of the topic, and if we think that simulator training is a new topic, I have to mention that it's not, because in 1929, Edwin Albert called flight simulator and call it as a link trainer. Of course, the fidelity and the details of the simulator was very different than we have today. And then we have, then it continues to evolve. But I think when we had large accidents in process industry or nuclear industry or maritime industry, then it was the time when it was recognized that how a wrong decision of a human operator can result in a damage or a catastrophe. And one way to reduce that is to train them, to handle those situations and scenarios. And then it continue to develop this field, and we have very, very clear regulations in the maritime domain with the STCW and beyond. So in our research group, we understand that, okay, let's go one step further, because it is not compulsory to use VR, virtual reality. But as you see now, I mean, with this pandemic also, and the cost efficiency and the traveling efficiency and the reality which you feel in a VR headset is much beyond in a simulated environment. So VR is also simulated environment, but the sense of presence, that how much present I feel, or emotionally, physically, cognitively, is much higher in virtual reality as compared to the other simulators. So this is a figure which I show in the talks of this nature, is that this is the real reality, this is augmented reality, this is mixed reality, and this is virtual reality when you are immersed with a headset. So I think most of you know that the market for virtual and augmented reality has been growing since you still hear me, right?
I think the voice volume is gone. I think, is there something? Oh, I think it's back on maybe now. Can you please continue?
You have me?
Yeah, it's perfect now. Now it's perfect, yes.
Yeah, all right. So I was mentioning that this market has developed a lot. Perhaps one of the most rapid technological market is VR and AR. And the same is with the research. I mean, that's how it works. The more the market grows, the more research grows, and that's there is a correlation in there. So the publications and the research and the projects on these topics have increased dramatically, exponentially in the last few years. So what is the suddenly from virtual reality, why we have to consider situation awareness, which is a very relatively is a non-technical term and a non-technical concept, and talking about the technology of as advanced as virtual reality and then this soft construct. And the reason is very, at least is very clear to me and most of the scientists who work in these topics, that this is a concept which helps us to understand the decision making of a human, us, me, you. So there are three phases. So situation awareness is a tool, is a method which helps us to understand the decision making process of an operator. So if we can dissect that, we can understand better how the decision was made, and perhaps we can use the training tools, for example, virtual reality, to train better so the operator make the right decision by having a good situation awareness. So I'm trying to simplify it because the audience might not be so much into this concept of situation awareness. It's a three level system, where one is perception here, other is comprehension, and then is the projection. So you perceive an information, which is you're standing at the bridge, you perceive an information, you comprehend it, you make a reason, you make a mental model of it, you understand and you perceive it, you understand it, and then you project it, that this is going to happen, so what actions I need to take. That's the most simplest way of explaining situation awareness. So in this work with Suniva, who was a master's thesis student, we try to understand that, okay, we have a lot of ways to evaluate the situation awareness in a normal setting, but it doesn't exist in the virtual reality, because we can't take a tool from a setting A and just use it in setting B. We have to tailor it. We have to develop it for the setting B. It sounds very common sense reasoning, but some of the researchers do make this error that they take a measurement method and they just use it in their own scenario. That's inconsistent in my view. So I think you have now comprehend a bit of the concept of situation awareness. It's a decision-making measurement tool. And one of our ambition in this work was that, yes, we want to use the VR headsets, but what we will evaluate, how we will evaluate it. So there is a lot of research and a lot of publications suggest that several accidents could have been saved if the operator has a better situation awareness. Like you're driving a car and you perceive there is a car which is not driving in a right way and trying to overtake you from the wrong side. And you comprehend it, you understand that this person has a wrong way of driving and is coming from the wrong direction. So you project the movement of that driver and you make a decision either to slow down or speed up to avoid an accident. So that is what situation awareness is. And yeah, I think I will cover it further also. So these are the methods which are available for the situation awareness measurement. I don't expect you to understand all of them. But I would like you, if you want to, you can read the paper and know more about these methods. and our goal is to understand what method is the best for the VR settings. And what we found here was that SAGAT is a situation awareness global assessment technique that is a reasonable method to evaluate the human performance or decision making in a VR headset when they are in the VR settings immersed. So, or we think that we can combine different methods because VR is very complex. But I think I would like you to see some images which will help you to understand what I'm talking about. So these are our simulators on the left side today, and on the right side is our small lab with the virtual reality. Our goal is that to find ways where we can combine these two types of simulators. So this is another study where we did an experiment to test how the motivation of participants, which were students, affect when they were trained in a classical simulator versus in a VR simulator. So we have two groups, one with one where we have using the VR setup, which is virtual reality, head-mounted display, and other is the desktop setup where we are using this. So you see the image also as computer screen is a common simulator. And we want to see that what is the impact of VR training on motivation, because higher motivation, higher learning, lower motivation, lower learning, lower performance, lower efficiency in the systems, and perhaps unsafe actions. So this is our desktop simulator where you can walk around through a joystick. And this is a 3D model also, and this is the 2D desktop simulator. That's how you operate it. Now this is a VR setup, and if you see in the background, you can see the movement of this participant. If you see, he's moving the stick where he can control in the VR, and this is what he sees, which is behind. So it's very interactive. It's like it should be like reality, as close as you can think. Of course, it's not perfect reality, but it's a very cost-effective solution. It is independent of, I would say, the financial strength. This solution are easier and cheaper to train, and anywhere you can use this solutions. And there is a lot of scenarios you can create in the VR and create abnormal situations and accidents. And as an instructor, you can get into those scenarios and make a difference. So I think I will go into the results because to respect the time, what we have achieved. Yeah, I think next slide is the one which I have the results. So so there were two groups. One was with the VR headset, and the other was with a 2D simulator. And then we understand that which group is more motivated, because motivation is connected to learning. And what we found is that the group which were trained with the VR headset has a higher motivation. They have a higher enjoyment. That's the green one. They have the higher effort and importance. They believe it's more useful. The only challenge they think was that it's perceived, they think they were not competent to use that tool. I hope it's clear. Of course, it's a lot of information I'm giving. So just to give you a glance, when they were leaving the experiment, we asked them how was their experience. One said exciting new experience and high level of immersion. Someone said they experienced dizziness also. So that's the research we are conducting now. Before I finish this talk, I would like to share that you're very welcome to continue this research and understand the use of virtual reality in memory retention, in the skill acquisition, how gaming experience can affect positively or negatively the use of VR, and as well as finding objective measurement methods for evaluating motivation in such experiments. I thank you all. I hope I have respected the timeline in a good way. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Professor Nazir. That was a very interesting and informative talk, and I appreciate that very much. And I'll ask our esteemed audience to hold their questions, and they can actually, of course, put them through via the Q&A section of the application, and we'll look at it later. I'd like to introduce our second lecturer of this session, Mr. Geert de Wild. This gentleman, he's I would say one of the leaders of the industry and the CEO of Nextport Belgium. He's been spending some time in the 90s in Asia, and in 2005 he became the CEO of Benelux. Bolloré STV is a growing company, and in 2017 he managed to set up the global cross-trades network in over 40 countries and launched the Lean and Green program in Belgium. And from 2019, from April onward, Geert has become the CEO of Nextport. That's the main topic that he's going to be elucidating in his next presentation about data sharing platform across the whole logistic community. So I'd like to ask Geert to start, please, and we have 20 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon to you all. I'm Geert de Wilde, happy to present the Port of Tomorrow as an example of collaboration. Someone, I think, should give me the authorization to share my screen, because if not,
I think it can be seen. It can be seen.
No, this is not mine.
Yes, Professor Salman need to just close the sharing the screen. Professor Salman, please.
All right, let me see why it's.
Professor Salman, can you please close the sharing to enable?
Give me a second, because I don't see that I'm sharing.
Is your presentation?
Yeah.
Okay, it's okay now.
Okay, just one. Okay, it seems that this is causing still some small problem. Here we are almost, I think. I have to go out and get in again. Apologies for that. I'll be back in 1 second.
Okay.
Maybe you do see.
Yes, it's showing up.
Is this okay?
Yeah, I think so. It's fine.
Okay, good. Apologies for the small technical and delay, but here we go. So let me present myself again. I'm Geert de Wilde. Thank you for the introduction already. And I'm really happy to present what we call the Port of Tomorrow. Port of Antwerp, which is our hometown and base town, has really been driving towards Logistics 4.0. And we call ourselves the capital of digitization in the supply chain. Just a small introduction of myself, which has already been given, so nothing too much about me, but especially about the company. Nextport, which was founded back in 2016, has today over 1,000 active users on the platform, represented by about 320 companies today. We are enabling end-to-end data sharing, specifically for logistics companies. And since our new business plan, we are focusing especially on the chemical and petrochemical industry. Why? Because in the Port of Antwerp, you have a very large cluster of companies doing business in the chemical and the petrochemical industry. So it's logic that we started there. We started as a private company at that time, but in the meantime, most of the shares have been acquired by the Port of Antwerp, and so we are an affiliate of the Port of Antwerp. I wanted to take you with me for 1 minute to history, starting with the evolution of the industry which are our customers today. And we started, well, we all know, of course, that we started basically with steam and power, water, steam machines in the late 18th century. Became industrialized, mass production became possible, assembly lines using electricity in the beginning of the 20th century made us to work in a more integrated way. Back at the end of the 20th century and late 80s, Industry 3.0 with automated production, computers, IT systems and robotics became the new normal. And since then, and today still, I think we can really say that the industry has evolved towards an Industry 4.0, and that we see gradually that IoT and machine learning are taking their place in the industrial workplace. The question is, how do we fill the gap between the way Industry 4.0 is heading and logistics? Logistics, which in many places, I would say in most all places, is still mainly driven by the idea of Industry 2.0. And many of the logistics companies and the logistics chain as such has not evolved with its customers to Industry 4.0, which brings us to a gap. And how to get there, what is the transition plan to get into Logistics 4.0? We have determined, and the list is much longer, but I took 5 for me really striking priorities, which you would maybe also recognize in other parts of the world, but they are definitely available as points of improvement in a European context. That's a driver shortage. But I know that also in the US, there is a shortage of drivers. People are getting older, there's not too much attraction to this profession. New regulations such as, for instance, the Brexit takes that a lot of Eastern European drivers who are not able anymore to take that extra mile into the UK. And so it's contributed to the current problem where COVID, of course, is also amongst the challenges which we all face. And so we could say that it can be changed, it can be solved by autonomous vessels, right? If you don't need drivers, you could have autonomous vehicles, but they are not yet here. So this is a first driver of change as such. Global warming is on each and every international, multinational list of strategic priorities. See that to make improvements in logistics, to improve the CO2 consumption, that it's really necessary to have the necessary data to develop innovative solutions. By being more efficient, having better mapping, visibility over the supply chain, clearly there are improvements to be made. So this is also an important one to remember. Large-scale cost reductions, which we see in each and every country, in each and every company, sorry. Not only in the private companies, but we will see the same happening in the public. There's a real pressure on performance. Do the things in a more efficient way, cut the cost, and this will be increasingly important. Competition factor is, of course, also something which is gradually, competition has always been there, but today in this specific context and the new evolution as such, you will need new business models and adaptation. If I look to examples where in an ordinary supply chain to ship a container from Houston to a place in Germany, it takes 13 subcontractors to get the job done. That's just too much. They all have to earn something. Thanks to the data, we can use and concentrate more on the exception management.
He sent me
the new demand and behavior, of course, higher standards of living and expectations of growth. Even today, where part of the economy have been wiped out, people are still dreaming of growth. Yeah? To do so, everything has to go faster and more efficient. If we buy something through e-commerce, we believe it's normal that something is being delivered same day or the day after, any place in the world. It's not normal that we accept today still that containers are being shipped and are being held in a container terminal for more than 4 days. Just to stand idle, the money is blocked, you cannot deliver the customers. So it's a new way of thinking, but this is the way Industry 4.0 needs. And on each challenge in a supply chain, there's also a benefit, obviously. If you look at this, operational efficiency at one side, everybody is talking about this efficiency, and it's clear if you have to put a container only once on the yard in the exact correct place at the right moment, that will lead to direct cost savings. Predictability and reliability, if you know exactly when something is going to arrive at your warehouse or when something is being shipped, it's clear that will enhance the speed of doing business with your customers. It will increase the employee productivity. Safety and regulatory compliance is also an important one, where we see that the public authorities have their role to play to make sure that we will meet the standards needed for
environmental impact
to reach the goals, the sustainability goals that has to be driven in many countries by the public authorities. So safety and regulatory compliance are very important. Sustainability and the reduction of the climate impact, obvious. Consumer demands for speed, quality, and service. As mentioned, they all go together and blend in the evolution towards Logistics 4.0, in which the 3 last ones, which I have not mentioned in the benefits, profitability. Every company today is looking at profitability by cutting costs, by finding new ways of revenue. Transparency is important, especially in a silo-driven business like there is today in supply chain. Real-time planning and workflows will follow and find a way into the Industry 4.0 integration. Now, sometimes it can be very easy and simple. We call it digital thinking. It's not complex, but think just about how many papers you still have in your hands. If we see that the customs agent, custom clearance agent, today still is working on a manual paper-based operational business as part of a supply chain process, well, it means that all the other stakeholders have to comply with that and have to make sure that they have the necessary documents in paper. Whereas if industry, ports, and government work closely together on one digital data sharing platform or digital data platform, this could be solved. And we have some exciting solutions which we have built together with these 3 parties, where we really see that the benefit comes back to the different parties. But I will come back on that one in a few slides. But our future looks bright because it's enabling that transparency which is needed. Thanks to the automation and dynamic scheduling of freight across the whole supply chain. As such, we have to connect. We cannot do it on our own. We have to connect also with other platforms in the world to make sure that we reuse the data which is available for all these parties all together. And Nextport is a platform where we connect through APIs. API, application programming interfaces. For many, it's still a buzzword. For others, it's something where we'll just say, yes, I know what it is, but it's very simple. It's like the waiter going to a restaurant, taking your order, bringing back everything which you need in the right order. That's basically what an API is doing with data. And by one single connection to a platform such as Nextport, you're able to reach out to the world and reuse the data which you produce yourself as a company or which your suppliers are making available to you. And that brings the visibility which is needed to go into the direction of the Logistics 4.0. We could even go one step further and say that Society 5.0, because we were speaking about Logistics 2.0 up to Industry 4.0, but society as such today is already in a way that we do have to talk about Society 5.0, where transformation combines with the creativity of the people are the solution in many cases to the problem and bring new value creation on the table. And so that's where basically we're heading to and where we have to refer to. So think digital. Just two examples. We all know how a pit stop today works in the Formula One, where a car is being, or where tires are being replaced in seconds, less than 2 seconds on a car. Years ago, this was obviously something which was unthinkable, but thanks to the data which is available, IoT devices, the sensors, the predictivity, everything all comes together and makes that the right decision can be taken at the right moment. If you look at an arriving and departing vessel in the port of Antwerp, this is just as an example, we see that an average of 3 ETDs are being given. And so the planning is being changed 3 times just before arrival. There is an incredible delay in waiting time of liquid vessels, for instance, more than 10 hours. If we know that a vessel average cost is $25,000 per day, yeah, it could be useful to bring the 9 hours back to a few hours less. And the interest is especially there for the loaders of the cargo. Could be the consignee or could be the shipper, but there is specifically the interest in reducing that delay and to at least avoid demurrage and detention charges. So delay hours, and waiting rate are still ways to be improved. And this can be done thanks to, for instance, our solution being called Chronoport, which is bringing all actors together from the surveyor to the expert to the terminal to the shipping line. Another one is the tank cleaning process, AECD, digitalization. Company that sells the product to the customer is sending it by tank truck. The tank truck as such has to be cleaned. So it has to be inspected a few times. The inspection being done, everything was a paper with stamps. And it's this paperwork which is completely disappear today by providing a secure space to all the actors in this specific supply chain to provide them a trusted place. Each one on our Nextport platform, each stakeholder has his own personal vault. And in this vault, which is very comfortable, nothing is being released of data except when I give my digital key to the next one in the process. And as such, if you have a community of companies who are sharing their data in this specific part, they are able to change completely their process. And that sometimes means even that people are losing their job. But in this system, you can imagine also that the funds are big enough to make sure that each one will have, at the end of the day, more people are needed than the ones, but you have different jobs compared to what you had before. But the process is faster, far more efficient, no waiting time, and no more paperwork. So that's our aim, that's our goal. So in short, the main drivers, I just wanted to repeat them because they are so important. Driver shortage, global warming, large-scale cost reduction in the middle. It's probably today the hottest topic for many companies, but the other ones are as important as that one. The competition, which is fierce and that will not disappear, a new demand and behavior of new business models. And that at the end of the day can lead, and this is just an example, to an end-to-end connected worldwide supply chain. This is the example of Nextport, where we are in the port of Antwerp, connecting with other ports in Europe. rail, road, barge operations, the maritime flows, sea freight, but also the air freight. We have today the data collected of 77 ports, or we are transferring the data of 77 ports. We do not necessarily collect them, but they can be reused in case those ports decide to do so. Same with airports. Belgium Customs, who have endorsed our platform as a trusted party, and several platforms and several communities which are available on the platform. We're not only in Antwerp, soon we will be available in other parts of the world as well, as we believe we will be connecting with many of the existing platforms already exist, and as such, being able to provide an end-to-end data backbone to the customers so that they always have the latest information available on a specific shipment. Some of our APIs, I will not go into detail because we don't have enough time, but you see we do have export, import solutions, collaboration, bulk, barge, tank, and tank wagons, and also some people and location building blocks, which are important to make sure that everything is working in the right order. I only had a short time, so I hope but if there are still any questions, if possible, I leave it to the organization. If not, please always feel free to visit us on our website. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for a very enlightening presentation. I'll ask our audience please to leave their questions at the Q&A section for you. And our next presenter I would like to introduce is Professor Barbu, Andrea Barbu, from from the University of Polytechnica of Bucharest, Romania. And Professor Barbu, she's been active in the area of research on improving the performance of organizations in the field of industrial services. And she's also a professor of programming and robotics in Bucharest. I'd like her to please start her lecture now, please.
Okay, sure. I just want to make sure that the presentation is in full size and you can see it.
I think it looks fine.
Just a moment. Now it's okay?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. My name is Andrea Barbu. I'm an assistant professor at University Polytechnica of Bucharest. And today I will present you the paper called An Overview of the Port Community System from Romania. Well, we all know that seaports play a very essential role in international trade, being responsible for efficient transport of goods from or to the local markets. We hope also that seaports will become complex service platforms that will be used to increase customer satisfaction. But this thing can be achieved by digitizing the activities of the port community and by creating a management information system. Well, this management information system can be used to collect, classify, process the activity of seaports in order to provide data and also statistics that can be used to help the management team to control, plan, and also make decisions. Well, in the last period of time, a lot of agencies in the maritime port have militated to create a single window in order to connect all the economic agents in the seaport area and all the authorities. But unfortunately, this situation have been changed not so much, and it's a lot of time consuming. And there were some companies that saw this opportunity and started to develop some application in this sense to develop management information system. And one of the this information system that was developed by companies were regarding the port community system. This port community system can be viewed as a virtual table where all the economic agents and all the authorities or the government parts can be linked by a system where they can exchange quickly information and they can see the updates in real time in order to improve the activity of the seaports. Well, through this paper, we starting by analyzing the situation about the port community system. We focus on the port of Constanța from Romania. We highlighted the benefits of implementing such a port of community system, and also we tried to describe the computer application that is used in our country, the main activities of the application, the problems that we are facing, the barriers, and also the future direction in this sense. In order to realize this paper, we conducted a qualitative research which analyzes the situation of the port community system in Romania. We have started by analyzing some European directions regarding the need to introduce a port community system. We analyze also the Danube transnational program, Danube port network, and also port development strategy and network formation. Then we analyzed the official data that were on the official site of the port of Constanța. We have talked with some people that were working in companies in seaport area, and also we used some official documents from the SOCEP company. Well, Constanța port is a maritime and also river port that is locating on the western coast of the Black Sea. Has very good connections with the Central and Eastern European countries. And those connections with the rest of the world can be made with all modes of transport, like railway, roads, river, airway, and also pipelines. Here you can see the current situation of exchanging information and documents between stakeholders in the port area of Romania. As you can see, there are a lot of problems here because the system is a little bit chaotic. Even that there is some parts that are having interaction in this port community. They communicate with each other through different means like paper, telephone, fax, radio communication. And we have a very important problem here, a problem regarding the bureaucracy. Well, when we have to transmit some information to the other part, we need to send the document physically or to scan the document and transmit the scanned copy via email. The other party will receive the document, or will introduce the data manually, and they need to do this thing for every document that they will receive from the other parts. So a lot of data will be repeated, a lot of data will be introduced manually, a lot of time consuming will be in this area, and also there will be some problems regarding the mistakes that can be done by the operators in this sense. So we want to take from this current situation to a situation where a single window environment can be applied. We need to create a port community system where all the agents, where all the industries, the economic parts, the agentships can interact with each other, having access in real time and where they can upload and read the documents without send them in the physical way. By implementing such a port community system, we may have digital economies and also digital economies benefits and also community attendance benefits. Regarding the digital economies benefits, we have 3 dimensions like cost, quality, and performance. We can improve the costs with the communication by implementing a faster way of communication. The quality of the data also is very important because there will be no more mistakes made by the operators, and also the performance of the operations can be improved, the labor productivity can be improved, all the agents having access instantly to the documents. To the community attendance benefits, we can say that the competitiveness at the stakeholders level also can be improved by faster access and faster communication, and also the efficiency will be improved by fewer fewer investments that can be made for communication. Well, today I will present you the official application that is used for the Port of Constanța. It is called the Naval Catalog. This application was developed more than 10 years ago, was created to improve performance of the services regarding the activity of port communication. And this application is also used by the Maritime Port Administration of Constanța, by Romanian Naval Authority, ship agents, ship owners, port operators, and other parts of the port community. Well, the following activities are managed by this naval catalog, like the movement of the ships, different operations like loading or unloading the goods, services that are provided for ships stationed in the port, or even the different accidents where ships may be involved. Those are the main menus of the naval catalog. We have menus for documents, for ship management, for companies, and also for reports. For example, in the document menu, we can access some different sub-menus like maritime endorsement, port endorsement, or pilotage bulletin. Also, we can make different operations. Those operations can be made by the agent, by the operator, by the company, and also by the authority. As you can see here, most of the operations are regarding the pilotage bulletin, where we can delete, duplicate, add information in this document. Here it is an example of this document of the pilotage bulletin list, where you can see the name of the ship, the agent, the operator, the plane, the data, and also time, what is the confirmation and the status of the document. As you can see, you can print the document, you can copy it, or download and transmit in another place. Well, Romania wants to implement such a port community system because this application that is used today, the naval catalog, is not so good. And Romania and also the port of Constanța should take some aspects into the consideration when choosing to implement a port community system, such as the possibility of accommodating the employees with the application, the possibility of adapting the application to the requirements of the companies, the possibility to manage the problems following the installation of the application, and also problems regarding the employees that are working with the port community system, like their English knowledge or computer operation abilities. Also, we need to take care about some aspects of that are associated to the terminals, like configuration, ship operations, IT infrastructure. And in conclusion, I can say you that although we are in a digitalized era where all the benefits of these applications are very important for a port, many European directives support implementing a port community systems. There are still a lot of problems regarding the technological part and the technological development. Well, in the case of our country, there are some applications that are developed to improve the activities and to create the base for the port community system, like the naval catalog or the Navis One. Here I present you the naval catalog, the official application for our country, but this is not the best solution. As I said, the application was created more than 10 years ago. It does not fully respond to the requirements of the port community system. And in this case, Romania is not being able to enjoy all the benefits of implementing such a system. Well, at the end of the last year, The Maritime Ports Administration of Constanza has launched a call for a realization of an integrated computer system dedicated to the management of activities and the information flows on the port community system platform of Constanza. And this year in June, Romania has also joined the Port Community System Alliance. It is desired to create an electronic platform that can make a lot of changes in our country, because we have a bureaucracy problem, and this platform could help all the agents that are involved in the seaport area to communicate more efficiently. So other countries should learn from the problems arising in the case of Romania. When they want to implement and when they decide to implement a port community system, they need to take care of some aspects, like defining first of all their objectives, their desired functionalities, because the naval catalog was not developed efficient at first. And also should not forget about the employees. They will need to train them. They will need to make investments about their English knowledge. They need to train about the port community system functionalities. And also, it is very important to consider the existence of periods of accommodation with the new port community systems, as well as maintaining continuous communication between all the stakeholders involved in the maritime activity. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks very much, Andrea, for impressive presentation about the PCS in the context of Port of Constanza, and also the challenges that are faced when trying to implement that in Romania. And I think that going by the recent developments, as you were saying, like joining of the international alliances and also abiding by the EC recommendations when it comes to PCS and also single window systems, that things will also move also great in continuation. I'd like to invite our next presenter, Professor Gianfranco, thank you very much, Francello. And if you could, please, thank you. Then Professor Francello, he's been the professor at the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering and Architecture at the University of, his Center of Excellence in Transport of Sardinia. And he's been at the, university at the Department of Civil Engineering, Environment and Architecture at the University of Calgary. And his courses are transport, freight and supply chain and urban transport. And he's also general manager of Center Labs, Center of Excellence in Transport of Sardinia. I'd like to invite him, please, to start his presentation, which is concerning simulation tools. And by the way, he's also a chairman of one of the sessions at Marlog 9. Professor Francello, please, floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, everybody. I share my screen. Okay. Yeah. Do you see the presentation?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Okay. And I'm Gianfranco Francello. I'm associate professor here in Cagliari, in Sardinia, in Italy, and today I present a short presentation about simulator and how the simulator can help the port training and can help the port to be more competitive. The title of presentation is Benefit and Opportunities of Simulator for Port Training. Okay, we start speaking about accident in terminal container. The accident causes in terminal container are different causes: human factor element, technical factor elements, and environmental factor elements. Today in my presentation, I concentrate the attention only on human factor element. And the human error reason are different. In this list on the right corner, you can see that the reasons are related to the human-machine interface not well defined, or a task management not very well fitted for a worker, and a limited staff training for the staff of container terminal. But the container terminal needs a lot of elements. First of all is to reduce accident, to save the human life, obviously, to reduce accident, but at the same time to achieve a high performance and to have a high competitiveness respect to the other port. So if at the same time we want to reduce accident and have a high performance and high competitiveness, if we consider the human element, you need to follow a human factor approach. What does it mean, human factor approach? We concentrate our attention respect to the quay crane task operator. You say that in the quay crane, the task is very routine, and the worker has a big stress and big fatigue, because tasks are very, very hard and long during the day. Second aspect is related to the postural position, because the worker has a bad postural position. They have exposure and high vibration, and often they works with facing down. Third aspect related to human factor is about the view of the of the ship, of the container that the worker have to move, and with the human factor aspect, I can optimize this view. So have a human factor approach means to put in human factor aspect at the center of the transport system. Because as you know, the transport system in the theory is a triangle with vehicle, infrastructure, and management. These elements are connected between themselves with some relation. But if I put the human element at the center of this triangle, I can influence with other relation all the design and all the management of vehicle, infrastructure, and management too. So it means that if I want to influence the functionality of the terminal using a human factor approach, means to improving human task, to decrease the stress level of the worker, to reduce the task fatigue, improving the postural seat inside the cabin, and supporting the task with other device that help the worker to do the task better. How is possible to do industrial and research? Give a possibility using the simulation approach. Because simulation approach is a right approach, and the simulation approach see three different points of view related to operational issues, technological issues, and training issues. Regarding to operational issues, the simulation can analyze a right man-operator performance level analysis to define the right task graduated and defined respected to the human constraint or human biological elements. Regarding the technological issues, simulator and simulation can define a new innovative solution, for example, new device, a new technological element that can support task and can support worker to do the task better, and in this part, the research is has a very important part. The last one is about training, because with the training, with the possibility to do training using simulator, is possible to form to create new worker exactly for this specific task, and including also periodic refreshing training also for older worker. In this list, I can summarize several advantages of simulation. Respect to the training and respect to operational management. First of all, with the simulation approach, I can repeat a task. For example, move a container from ship to shore and back exactly in the same way for all the operator, always with the same condition. And I can measure the performance task level for operator exactly in the same condition. I can compare 2 or 3 or more operator exactly with the same task. This is very important because I can compare and I can investigate exactly in the point or in the element that is wrong. It is very easy to individuate the wrong element. So also I can raise the other aspect that in real world can disturb the task. For example, a bad weather condition that in one operator has when another operator doesn't have not. So I can record the task, analyze the data in back office because I can analyze all the data collected with this simulator, and I can develop also research activity for a new task. With the simulator also I can use several instruments. For example, an instrument, a big size instrument that is impossible to have in a real condition. In a cabin of quick rain, often is impossible to bring this big instrument. So I can measure a lot of performance, and I can leave the crane to operational task. So a short element regarding task simulator in transportation. The use of simulation started in the 16 in aerospace and then in the 17 in aeronautics fields. After in 18th in road transport analysis, and now also in maritime and port analysis. In this map, you can see a little part of all container simulator that today are present in the world. I summarize only the most important, but there are many others. If I need to use a crane operator for represent a task in a terminal container, I can concentrate my attention in task optimization, movement, container movement from quick crane to ships and back. Analyze the crane operator poster and analyze the view optimization. how is a quick crane simulator? In this picture, you can see the quick crane simulator that we have at University of Cagliari at Central Lab, but this is very similar to other simulators present in the world. This simulator can be of fixed installation or mobile installation. But the most important aspects are related to the fourth component of quick crane simulator. The first component is the most important component, is the component related to the cockpit. This is a very real replica of the crane operator cab interface, located in over a motion platform with the 3 or 6 degree of freedom. And in this way, I can simulate all movement of the cabin of the crane, quick crane simulator. Second aspect is related to the second component is about the instruction workstation interface. This allows to follow the trainer's exercise in real time, and the instructor and teacher can create the simulator scenarios. First aspect is related to visual display and audio system. This is very important because in this way I can create a real world and I can simulate a realistic environment for worker. And for the fourth component is the central operating system. This is the brain of the simulator that control the operation and allow to the simulation scenario to work. How many scenarios is possible to simulate? Several, for example, loading and unloading from ship, loading and unloading container from ship, or I can create a combined operation involving other container equipment, or I can change the weather condition, rain, fog, wind, lighting change, and so on. And obviously, I can measure the performance level of a worker, for example, and I can show you in the next slide the trajectories of the efficiency of operation. So I give you some results about this. One of the results, one of most important results for improve the task is analyze the trajectories that the worker do during a task where he needs to move some container from ship to shore and back. In this picture, you can see a vision from top to the bottom. In this position, there is a crane. In this position, there is a ship. As you can see, this is the horizontal moving from ship to shore, and so you can see the different position during a task. In this vision, you can see a frontal and a lateral vision, a frontal and lateral vision, and this is a parabolic trajectories from ship here in this position to shore. This is very important because, as you can see, a worker design, a worker has a different trajectories, and each trajectories means few seconds more or few seconds less. But if you had all these seconds, means a lot of minutes, a lot of hours during a task and during a day, and means save money or don't save money. This is the third element, the third vision from the back, from the front, and is about a lateral trajectories from a ship to shore too. at the end of this, the slide is in Italian, but it means that this is the task time, or 15 minutes and 17 seconds. Number of collision 111. Number of container moved 23, and the productivity measured related to 1 hour is about 26.4. So it's possible also to compare the performance of operator. In this table, you can see the number of containers moved in a short period of 30 minutes for 8 different operators. In the column, you can see the number of operators. In the line, you can see different period from 0 to 30 minutes, from 30 minutes to 1 hour, and so on. At the end, you can see the average value for each operator and the average value for each period with the standard deviation. Also, using the simulator, I can collect data on container moved of number of collision, is an error, a mistake, and the total productivity. I can also define a productivity weighted with the number of collision. The final objective is to create a task profile curve for each operator. A task profile curve like this on the left, because the parabolic shape close. But if the task became easy, change color from red to green, and it's possible to have to move more container without error. On the right, you can see the curve of operator number 8, and I can create the curve also respect to the average number of tills for each minute, of the average number of error for 5 minutes, and so on. And so I can collect this curve for each operator, or for example, I can measure for the same operator in different time of year, for example, the curve for understand, for measure if this specific operator is improving his specialization or not. A few words, because my time is finished, few words about the postural analysis using simulator. Regarding postural analysis, we work using pressure elements that measure the pressure of the worker on the seat. On the left, you can see a bad position where the position of the back worker is curved too much. In this slide on the right, you can see our right position. But in this way, I can measure an objective. I can measure with an objective, with real element, using a pressure instrument, how this worker press the seat during the task. The last one element is related to the view optimization. For view optimization, a right way to define view optimization is use an eye tracker instrument like this. Using a eye tracking instrument, it is possible to understand in which part of the screen the worker concentrates the vision, and how they use the element to help himself for a good movement. And in the right, in this table on the right, you can see some results. So conclusion, simulation is in our opinion, obviously, is a very interesting instrument to test the performance of worker and to test it during the work life if the worker has the same performance or increase or decrease his performance during his life work. Also is a good instrument to introduce new worker in a staff because with simulation I can use less time for training. I make this in a full safety condition and I spend less less money. Okay, I respect, I think 20 minutes. Okay, thank you very much. I'm here for question or others. Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much, Dr. Gianfranco. That was a very impressive talk based on your vast experience in industry and also academia. I'd like to move to the questions and answers. I think we have 3 questions. The first one is directed to Dr. Salman from Mr. Muhammad Abdelaziz. The question states that what are the most recent VR training applications regarding safety as well as operation of port equipment? Now, I'd like to, if it's possible, for Mr. Salmon to take up that one. And then we have also another question that I'm going to read out now. It's concerning the actual effects of a single window on increasing the capability of modern ports. And the third question is directed to Dr. Gianfranco, and it states that regarding the fully automated crane, is any simulator currently applicable for training purposes? Now, I'd like to ask Dr. Salmon to start with the first question, please.
Yeah, thank you for the question and for sharing this session very nicely. As I understood the question, it's about the curiosity, what is the latest development in the VR simulators? And to be more specific towards the port logistics or port. So I can give a more general answer than a specific one. It's that the use of virtual reality in the maritime domain is not so well grounded at this stage. And I think one of the research groups who is leading this research in the world is, I'm very lucky that it's my research group. And what we have developed is an engine room simulator in virtual reality in the VR headset. And just now, like in these days, we are finalizing the bridge simulator. So this is the latest development, and we are in Norway and we are working with the industry, Kongsberg. So this is the state of art, or this is the latest to the latest. It's not even published. What is done regarding the port, in my understanding, not much or nothing, but the platform is there. So the platform is there and the technology is there, but it is a lot of work to reach a simulator which is well functioning, technically sound, and give the purpose which is for the trainee to learn. It's not to show that we have so nice technology. It is to give the skills, give the knowledge, give the rules to the trainee through an advanced solution, which is virtual reality. And the short answer is that we have for engine and bridge. For port, I'm not aware of if there is any, and I fear there is not much. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dr. Salman. That was very informative. I'd like to ask Andrea if she could kindly please answer the question about benefits of a single window system briefly.
Okay, thank you. Well, the benefits will be regarding the time consuming in updated the documents, in eliminating the data inconsistency, eliminate the mistakes made by the operators. Also, we try to automate things also in the port area. The documents, this single window should not contain only documents, should contain database that could be used by all the agents. And also by implementing this single window, we can connect with different application that already has exist in our country in order to improve the communication system between all the stakeholders in the area.
Thanks very much indeed. And
you.
the last question that we have time to take maybe within a minute or two is directed to Dr. Gianfranco, please, and it concerns the actual practical tools that can be used for training when actual container cranes are concerned.
Yeah, yes, related to fully or half automatic cranes depends of the rule of human element in half automatic cranes or fully automatic cranes. For example, in fully automatic cranes, the element aspect is related only in control. So the simulator needs to simulate a control task, not a movement task. And so there are several simulators that simulate the control element, because obviously the new task is to control different aspects, different parameters, to understand if the automatic, fully automatic cranes is working well or not. And so also a simulator have to improve this task. In half automated cranes, obviously depends which are the elements that remain for human worker and what are the elements that became automatic or semi-automatic. But simulation is very important for each human aspect, the human aspect for movement, for control, for planning, and so on. Change the way to simulate the task, but the simulation remains central to create a task well defined with the human element.
Thanks very much, Dr. Gianfranco. I think we are at the end of this wonderful session with 4 very nice presentations, and I'd like to once again thank the Arab Academy for Science and Technology and Maritime Transport for the great job that they're doing, and also it's been an honor to chair this session. I'd like to also ask any people from countries that are actually attending this international conference to consider cooperating more with PIANC. PIANC is actually has been established from the 19th century and also addresses a lot of the common issues. And thank you very much all. And it's been a privilege and an honor. And I wish you a very nice event in the continuation. All the best.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Babak, for actually it was outstanding and excellent session. It was my pleasure actually to see all these outstanding presentations. Thank you very much for management of time and management of questions.
Thank you for your help.
It's the first session just on time. So thank you, all of you. Also, I would like to say that I am already acting person in PIANC activities.
Of course, yeah.
I am sharing now a group for inland waterways infrastructure. So we have a meeting on Thursday, by the way.
Wonderful, wonderful.
So thank you very much. I do hope to see you all in coming Marlog
That
conference.
would be great. Yeah, sure.
Be in June 2021. So please be with us to see you all and have some social activities. Also,
Sure.
I would like to say that the closing session will be 2:20 p.m. It will be my pleasure if you have time to be with us as a panelist in the closing session. If you have time.
Thanks very much.
So,
of course, I'll plan for that. Yeah, that would be an honor. Sure.
Yes, please. We have now break until 12:40. Yes, 12:40. And after that, we'll start the session 7, the last session in the today, last day of March. Thank you very much.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. See you later.
Thank you.
See you later. Bye.
Thank you.
یکی اینکه ما هم سر گفتش توی جلسه که می‌رسیم وارد پیاگو فقط من نیستم، همه بچه‌ها هم شامل شدن. بعد انجام ندادم خود فقط مزرعه.
إنها مصر، أرض السحر والجمال، ملتقى الحضارات. هنا أشرق فجر التاريخ وصنع لها تراثا زاخرا، مركز العالم القديم والحديث، نقطة تلاقي بين الحضارات والثقافات. واليوم ومن نطلق سفينة المستقبل لتقود ريادتنا في عالم البحار بقرار جمهوري رقم 204 لعام 2003. انطلق جهاز الصناعات والخدمات البحرية حيث يقع بمحافظة الإسكندرية، عروس البحر الأبيض المتوسط، للقيام بدوره في تنمية الاقتصاد المصري في مجال الصناعات والخدمات البحرية بكافة أنواعها. يتولى الجهاز كافة الخدمات والأنشطة الاقتصادية المتممة والمرتبطة بالصناعات والخدمات البحرية في الداخل والخارج. وسعيا وراء تعظيم الفائدة وتنويع مصادر الدخل، قام الجهاز وشركاته التابعة باستحداث أنشطة تكاملية وفرعية تخدم قطاع النقل البحري وبناء وإصلاح السفن. وعلى رأس أولويات الجهاز تأتي العديد من الأنشطة، ومنها تقديم الخدمات البحرية للشركات العاملة في مجال البحث والتنقيب عن البترول والغاز، المقاولات وبناء الأرصفة البحرية، وأعمال الحفر والتكريك، إنشاء أحواض وأقفاص المزارع السمكية. يتبع الجهاز حاليا 4 شركات: شركة ترسانة الإسكندرية في قبار الإسكندرية، تأسست عام 1831 في عهد محمد علي باشا، ثم انتقلت عام 2007 إلى القوات المسلحة باعتبارها جزءا مهما من أمن مصر القومي. وعلى مساحة 400,000 متر مربع، وإجمالي السفن بطول 1200 متر. تعمل في إصلاح الوحدات البحرية ذات الحمولات الكبيرة، بناء السفن المتوسطة، وكذلك الأعمال الهندسية. وهناك تعاون مشترك بين البحرية المصرية وكبرى الشركات الفرنسية لنقل تكنولوجيا تصنيع الفرقاطات الحربية لمصر. قامت الشركة ببناء عدد 3 فرقاطات حربية طراز ويند، والتي تعد أول فرقاطة حربية تم بناؤها في الشرق الأوسط بالأيادي المصرية. الشركة المصرية لإصلاح وبناء السفن تأسست الشركة عام 1924 على مساحة 51,000 متر مربع داخل المنطقة الجنوبية لميناء الإسكندرية، وانتقلت لملكية جهاز الصناعات والخدمات البحرية عقب إنشائه في نوفمبر 2003. وتعمل الشركة في بناء الوحدات البحرية، إصلاح الوحدات البحرية، إجراء العمرات والإصلاحات للسفن طبقا لمتطلبات هيئات الإشراف، بناء القاطرات البحرية واللانشات والوحدات النهرية والشمندورات. وقامت الشركة بإنجاز العديد من المنتجات، ومنها شركة تريومف للنقل البحري. تعمل الشركة في أعمال النقل البحري لجميع أنواع البضائع لكل الموانئ البحرية، وتوفير الخدمات البحرية والملاحية والفنية، والوكالة الملاحية والبحرية لجميع أنواع السفن الوطنية والأجنبية. وتمتلك الشركة سفينة حرية 1 وحرية 2، والتي تقوم بنقل المعدات العسكرية والمدنية. وقد قامت الشركة منذ إنشائها بخدمة النقل البحري على مستوى العالم، وبالأخص في البحر المتوسط والبحر الأحمر. وقد امتدت خدماتها إلى الشرق الأقصى والأمريكتين. شركة النيل الوطنية للنقل النهري، مساهمة في تنمية الاقتصاد القومي المصري، ورغبة في وصول نسبة استخدام النقل النهري إلى 8% من حجم النقل الداخلي داخل جمهورية مصر العربية. تم إنشاء الشركة ضمن شركات أنشأتها ثورة 23 من يوليو 1952، ثم انتقلت تبعيتها إلى جهاز الصناعات والخدمات البحرية عام 2009. يسعى الجهاز لتعظيم استخدام النقل النهري لقلة تكلفته وطاقات النقل الكبيرة التي تصل إلى 1000 طن للأسطول مقارنة بوسائل النقل الأخرى، فضلا عن توفر أسطول نهري لتنفيذ مهام النقل عبر مجرى نهر النيل بطاقة 68,000 طن في الرحلة. انطلاقة جديدة تسعى بخطى سريعة ثابتة لتعتلي مصر مكانتها اللائقة في عالم البحار. الصدارة وجهتنا، الجودة طريقنا، الدقة سبيلنا. جهاز الصناعات والخدمات البحرية.
time to start the session. Thank you again, and welcome back to the 7th session. Can we stop sharing the screen, please? Yes, all the speakers here, thank you very much for coming and to be with us today. Actually, we have a very interesting conference till now, and I'm sure it will continue in this session also. Let me welcome with my colleague and the chairman of this session, Dr. Gianfranco. Dr. Gianfranco was one of the outstanding presentations we just have it in the last session. He is associate professor at Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering in transportation sector in Italy, from Italy, University of Cagliari. Also, he is general manager of Center of Excellence for Transport of the Sardinian regime, Italy. Okay. Professor Fancello had a lot of work actually, and has very impressed CV. A lot of publication, a lot of more than 5 books, of more than 80 research papers, work in many public administration, some private companies. Since 1992, he has carrying on research activity about interaction between land use and transport, very, very interesting topic, human factors related to active and passive transport safety, maritime transport. Also, he is scientific coordinator and technical director of several national and international research projects. Thank you to be with us as a chairman of this session. We have 3 presentations, I think so. So please, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Professor Akram, and welcome to the session number 7. The title is Smart Solution Towards Sustainable Maritime Infrastructure. I'm Gianfranco Fancello, and for me it's an honor to be a chairman in this session in Marlog 9 conference. I was in Alexandria last year at Marlog 8, and in that conference I meet a lot of excellent colleagues and big friends at Arab Academy, and for me it's an honor to be a chairman in this conference. At the beginning, I want to say thank you to Professor Akraman Soliman El-Selmi, and thank you to the whole conference staff, obviously to the colleague of Arab Academy for this conference organization. Okay, this session is about the smart solution on sustainable maritime infrastructure, but the common issues of the 3 presentation is innovation. Innovation import. This aspect is very important. The innovation import is very important because this is one of the elements that allow to the port to be more competitive in the market. And innovation is one of the key to be more competitive. And there are some elements to be competitive in the market, in the commercial sector, in logistic and transport sector, in environmental sector, in industrial sector, and so on. All these aspects are important and contribute to create a modern port and contribute to do a port more competitive with respect to the other. So today we have, as Professor Akram said before, 3 presentations, and we analyze the innovation using 3 different points of view: industrial, logistic, and environmental point of view. First presentation is from Greek. This contribute is an interesting analysis on ship maintenance and a proposal to transform a large port warehouse in a new industrial hub for producing elements for ship maintenance. So I'm curious to see this in this presentation, this interesting aspect. The second presentation is from Italy, from my colleague Patrizia Serra, and a presentation about a project that we are carrying on at the University of Cagliari about port automation and a new ICT solution to improve the logistic in the rural ports. Third presentation is from Egypt, and the issues is very important, especially in this period, because it's about the climate change and about the sustainability on port. Technology plays an important role on influencing production today, and this presentation gives us an environmental point of view. So we have three very interesting presentations for the end of the conference of Marlog number 9. The rule of this session are the same rule of the other presentation. Each speaker 15 or 20 minutes for presentation. At the end, we have 10 minutes for question and discussion. Okay, we can start with the first presentation. I present the first speaker. First speaker is Dr. Nikitas Nikitakos. Nikitas Nikitakos is a visiting professor in Netherlands Maritime University College in Malaysia, and today is a professor of shipping informatics and new technologies in Department of Shipping, Trade and Transport at University of Aegean in Greece. He spent 25 years as a naval officer when he participated in several NATO and EU committees. He was AMITEC president from 2006 to 2010 and president of Aegean Institute of the Law of the Sea and Maritime Law in Rhodes from 2009 to 2015. Dr. Nikitas Nikitakos, the virtual floor is yours. 20 minutes for your presentation. Okay.
Okay, good morning. Good morning to everybody. Let me share my screen. I think just let me know if you have my screen. You have my screen right now?
Your screen, but your not the presentation, but the list of the file.
Ah, the list of the files. Okay.
Inside the folder.
Let me share.
Okay.
Okay, let me share my presentation.
Yeah.
Okay, here we are.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. We are ready.
Perfect. Okay, perfect. Okay.
Okay. Hello to everybody. Thank you very much, Gianfranco, from introduce me, and thank you very much the organizers for invite me to present this paper, which is related with the potential of additive manufacturing to transform the way spare parts reach the vessels at the port. Actually, it is a common paper together with the Netherlands Maritime University College, and it is, it is the subject of a PhD that could be done by my PhD student, Eva Kostidi. Okay, let me continue what we are going to see. We are going to see the digitization of industry and manufacturing. We are going to discuss the benefit from additive manufacturing, the main characteristics of the maritime sector, additive manufacturing in the shipping industry, and of course, the spare parts supply chain in the industry and the barriers that we have in the success factor. And finally, we are going to finish with some discussion and some conclusion. Let me start in the beginning with the definition of additive manufacturing. According to the ASTM, what exactly is the additive manufacturing is the process of joining materials to make objects from 3D model data usually layer upon layer. This is the main difference between additive manufacturing and subtractive manufacturing that we know so far. In subtractive manufacturing, we just remove some of the material, some of the metal for something like that. So the additive manufacturing is a very new term, and it is used, and the most important, it is the main idea of 3D printing. What exactly we mean for 3D printing? Actually, we have here a spare part. We map this one to some drawings, some specific drawings. This drawing is transformed to particular drawing from 3D printing. We have some powder of the materials that it is composed, this one. We are going to 3D printer. We are going to 3D printer, and finally we have this one that it is exactly the same with the initial spare parts. What will be the market structure out of that? Mainly, instead of keeping spare parts, we have to distribute some drawings, and of course we have to the manufacturer and the user to agree on that. I mean, how they are going to use those materials. But we're having these drawings. We are going to use 3D ways of printing this one, and finally we'll transfer this one to the end user, which is in our case, it is our SIP. Of course, what exactly it is the result of that? This is that we have a decentralized production. So in several places around the earth, we are going to have this decentralized production instead to have a common production in some factories. So in different places on the earth, we have the decentralized production for producing these spare parts. What is for the maritime industry, why we are discussing about that? We have several weaknesses and several strengths. First of all, of the weaknesses in the maritime is the vessel as an asset is in an isolated environment. I mean, if something happened, they have to reach some port in order to get the spare part. The environment is very highly corrosive and with turbulence and vibration. So possibly we are going to have the need for some spare parts at any time of our trip. Of course, it is the maritime industry is very conservative, and it's very conservative in changes, and we face this one when we are introducing 3D printing. And of course, the repair can be executed, and stocks of spare parts can be stored by many agents. As you know, could be stores on board of the ships, could be stores at shore, and could be stores in some specific area. What is the strength? The main strength is that the maintenance and repair work are made by the same crew that operates and live in, and also there are some workshop on board. I mean, if it is a minor damage on the spare part, possibly for the personnel that it is on board could be fixed and could be, used these spare parts. The vessels that are staffed by technicians, there are a lot of technicians on board of the vessels, and as the maturity, as the technology matures, there are some solutions that are found. I mean, possibly we can bypass some equipment without, if a spare parts has a problem, and using this one. And of course, there are a lot of information systems that have been for long applied, so we can ask for a spare parts while the vessel will be at the sea, and just to have it in the next port. But in spite of those strengths and weakness, we are proposing the 3D printing already, that it is applied in the port of Rotterdam, to see how will be applied to some ports in the Mediterranean. What exactly it is the algorithm that it is used? If we have let's say some need for some spare parts, we are checking on board or in the port, the inventory, mainly in the port. And if we have founding, we get the spare and we send to the end user, which is the ship. If it is not founded, we are looking if we have the drawing, and if we have to the drawing, we use this one the 3D printing to produce this one, and again to get the spare to the ship. And finally, if we don't have even the drawing, we can ask a requisition, and then to go to the supplier, and then from the supplier going to get the spare. As you can see, this one is very, very lengthy time. And what we have here that we need for 3D printing application, first of all, to have the printer, to have the file, the drawings, and of course to have the raw material. The raw material, as we are going to discuss, so far, I mean, the powder is plastic and is low quality raw material. And of course, we can prove, and we are proving this one in some research paper, that it is much more economical to make than buying the part. This is something that it is used in air transport, that they have in the airport some places that they are using and they are producing some spare parts. What is the benefit of the supply chain of the supply chain? I mean, additive manufacturing. Here we have some research papers that they are asking about that the lead time is reduced, that the fulfillment of spare parts demand, that will increase responsiveness, and all there are some papers that you can go and find there how they are supporting. There is a reduction in inventory cost. There is a reduction in safety inventory. There is a reduction in transportation cost. You can imagine if we are somewhere in the Pacific and we are asking something that is coming from Europe or from some other place, we have low carbon emissions. There are not waste in using 3D printing. We reduce the equipment downtime. Again, some papers working on that. And of course, we have the alternative way to produce some spare parts that is not very well suited for mass production. I mean, if I will have a very specific spare parts that is not produced by the manufacturer. Next, we have to ask about the barriers that we have in this one. The main barrier is the organization and individual barriers. And of course, we have to use the well-known theory of change management. We have the quality assurance. I'm going to discuss at the end about the standardization of the manufacturing process and how we are working on that. Also, we have the cost of machine and process. The machine cost, as well as the production, tends to fall. I mean, as we are increase the 3D printing application, the machines that are going to be lower in cost. The intellectual property rights, this is a very, very significant barriers because we have to sign some contracts with the spare parts producers, or we have to buy the spare parts intellectual property rights. Of course, the utilization of capabilities of additive manufacturing, it is used mainly in the shipyards and in many other applications as redesign and optimization of design. And of course, we have the skill shortage that education and training adapted to the requirements to the new technology. So we need some persons to work on that and to be training about the 3D printing and how they are going to use all those things. Next one, I'm going to be to some conclusions, and of course, I'm going to discuss some other things that I would like to discuss. First of all, we have that if we are going to use a distributed localized hub in the ports, they are going to level that we can approach the fluctuation in sporadic demand. The lead time that they are reduced. The additive manufacturer offers opportunity to reduce the required safety inventory, that it is a big part for the ships and for the ports. And also we can find the method to control the carbon emissions of spare part supply chains by shortening the channel length and also contributing to the circular economy. There are some overcoming skepticism that I would like to speak before finishing. The spare part, if it is comparable with the traditional method, of course, so far we have to work a lot on the powder that we are using and what exactly it is the quality attributes of the powder, and also some of the spare part, they need some excessive process like thermal treatment and all the other. Of course, I'm going to over here to say that there are a lot of standardization bodies like ASTM and ISO that they are working on that. Actually, they are working on the properties of raw material. They are working on the process and the equipment. And of course, they are working how we are going to finish all those parts. Here, there are a list of all the several committees that they are working, and it's taken from the literature. So still it is something that it is a big issue in all the standardization community. And also there are a lot of discussion about the AEM machine and how they are going to cost. And as a market advantage, I mean, as we have the distribution of AEM, and as the demand grows, so the machine cost as well the production cost will fade. So we are approaching right now the drop of initial inventory for additive manufacturing, and of course the increasing of demand for that. This one finish my presentation. I will be glad if you are, if I will have some questions. Of course, it will be at the end of this presentation. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm waiting to see some questions out of that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Nikitas. Thank you, especially because you have respected the time limits, and so thanks for your presentation. Very interesting presentation, interesting proposal for the ports. We can dedicate some minutes after the presentation for the discussion about it. So the second presentation is from Italy, from my colleague Patrizia Serra. Patrizia, she is assistant professor at the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering and Architecture in Transport Sector at University of Cagliari here. And Patrizia teaches Fundamental of Transportation at the course of Civil and Transport Engineering. Her research appeared in several case studies, books, and a peer-reviewed international journal. She has been working on several European and cooperation projects as responsible for the technical project management and providing her technical scientific support in project design. So Patrizia today presents an aspect related to the innovation on port, respect to the logistic and transport sector. Patrizia, the virtual floor is yours. You have 15 or 20 minutes for your presentation. Yeah, perfect. A full screen, maybe. The microphone, Patrizia, microphone. Your microphone is mute. No. No. Oh. Click on mute and then unmute. Okay, now is mute. Okay, try. No. Probably you need in preference system or in input. Look input station. No, or try to log out and then the login. We have shared. I mean, Okay. Try to speak. No, no, no. Okay. Patrizia, now stay in the room near my room. Come here and use my PC for presentation. No, Patrizia, it's not possible. Come here in this is my PC and use my PC for presentation. And send me your presentation. Okay. Sorry, we have okay. I don't know, probably the connection from, but it's strange because it's near my room, and I see that the microphone is off. Okay, I try to call Patrizia again. Okay, she is coming. Yes, come on here. La presentazione me l'ha mandata. Ok, ok. No, ok, fatemi vedere. Mm-hmm. 1 minute, please. No. Okay. Only 1 minute, please. È molto pesante. No, vieni. Sì. Okay. Okay, I share the screen. Okay.
Okay. Good morning again. Sorry for this. So in the next 15 minutes, I will talk about our experience regarding the design and the adoption of a common integrated ICT system for the optimized management of information flows and operation in 5 Tyrrhenian ports. Just a few words about the EasyLog project. EasyLog is a project funded under the Interreg Italy-French Maritime program, and the project concerns the adoption of innovative technologies for improving mobility of rolling cargo. So we are talking about ro-ro trade, and for improving performance of ports in general, more in general, for improving efficiency of intermodal transport chains. The geographical context of intervention is our project area. So it is the High Tyrrhenian area. It involves 4 Tyrrhenian regions, 1 French region, and 3 Italian regions, and more specifically our project involves 5 ports: Bastia in France, and Livorno, Olbia, Portoferraio and Savona in Italy. Before describing the project, I need to spend a few words about the context in which our project intervenes, because the context in which we intervene, which we are talking about the intermodal transport context, shows a strong level of fragmentation and a lack of systemic visions on different scales. So both within the single ports, between the various ports in the network, and also between the various actors involved. The reason of this lack of systemic vision has to be found in the number of stakeholders involved, and in the fact that operators, stakeholders have often different needs and interests. If we take a look at the road haulage sector, We also found a strong level of fragmentation, which is mainly due to the very high number of small and medium-sized companies. Here we have some numbers concerning the Italian rhodology sector. And here you can see that of the around 7,000 rhodology companies registered in Italy, more than 62,000 have less than 5 vehicles, meaning that they are the majority, the strong majority are very small companies. And the problem of small companies is that they typically have limited opportunities to invest in innovation, both digital or no digital, limited opportunities to invest in training, to invest in networking. Conversely, if we look at larger companies, they have, of course, greater opportunities. So larger companies typically make use of innovative systems. But the problem is that in the majority of cases, such systems are mostly developed in-house, meaning that they are not designed to interact to each other. Similarly, in the port sector, we found very different levels of digitalization and automation. The majority of ports in the area, but we can say the majority of ports in the world still uses traditional methods of document exchange. Only a few ports have automated systems for the duration of the port stay, for the management of gate in, gate out operations. And even if starting especially from the late 90s, now port community systems are spread in several ports, actually we have to say that the systems that are applied vary widely from port to port. So it is in this context of fragmentation that the EasyLog project with the main aim of connecting the 5 ports in the area using a common digital language, so overcoming the poor coordination, the lack of coordination between subjects. Here we have just a summary of the main development plan of the project. Our development plan was organized into 4 main phases. A cognitive phase in which we acquire knowledge, know-how regarding port processes, port procedures, stakeholders involved, related operational and technological needs. A design phase in which, on the basis of the operational needs identified in the previous phase, we have defined the functional requirements for the new systems in terms of both application and information services. And then we have an implementation phase in which we have developed the architecture of the new system based on the functional requirements previously defined. And finally, we have an experimentation phase in which we test in situ our new system, and also we train the operators for the use of the new system. As for the knowledge phase, so the cognitive phase, it was mainly realized by interviews with stakeholders and on-site visits at the 5 test ports. And what has emerged from this knowledge phase are very different levels of automation digitalization in the 5 ports. So we found some ports that are already equipped with advanced port community system, advanced terminal operating systems for the management of rolling cargo, and other ports that lack any digital system for rolling cargo. We also found several criticalities in this analysis, in our analysis, mainly concerning the different availability of input data, the very different operating modes existing in the ports analyzed, the different state of the art and technology, and also we found strong resistance by some stakeholders to share part of the information requested. In this regard, during our project, we organized several workshops, several business-to-business events in order to facilitate cooperation among the various stakeholders operator in order to reach a common understanding of the various subjects regarding the project. So the different situations and needs encountered in the 5 ports lead us to the need to customize the automation equipments of the port gates and the management system on a case-by-case basis. So in designing our new system, the driving principle was to develop a system that can become a standard model for communication between ports, not only for rolling cargo. So our system has to meet several basic criteria. Mainly, it has to satisfy the needs detected in the analysis. It must be able to exchange data between the 5 ports. It must guarantee interoperability with the systems, the digital systems already in use in the ports, and so on. The basic structure of the EasyLog system is a modular structure, meaning that the EasyLog system works using through several modules. So we have a booking module, a module for managing pre-arrival notification by using ships bookings. We have a module for managing gate-in, gate-out operations. We have a module for damage detection. We have a module for managing loading and unloading cargo operation, and we have also a module for managing yard area, so parking operations. The most important thing in EasyLog is that each port, based on the space, on the local needs, based on what is already in place in the port area, can decide to activate one or more of these functions. Here we have a very basic structure of the EasyLog system. The EasyLog system has a modular structure, so we have 5 local modules. Each local module is for each of the 5 project ports. So one local module for Olbia, one local module for Livorno, one for Savona, one for Bastia, and one for Portoferraio. Each local module has to guarantee autonomy and benefits for the stakeholders operating the individual ports or in the single ports. But the most important thing in EasyLog is that the 5 local modules can dialogue to each other, can dialogue using the EasyLog connector. The EasyLog connector is defined centrally, and it is nothing but a set of rules for data exchange, data formatting. Each local module has both a software part and a hardware part. The software component is used for data processing, storage, and exchange, while the hardware component is represented by the automated port gate. As for the automated port gate, EasyLog gates are based on the optical character recognition technology, which is the technology that converts the visual data to digital data. And EasyLog gate guarantees some basic functionalities, including reading of the truck license plates, reading of ADR and IMDG codes, if any, of course, detect vehicle length and capturing images for damages detection. And also the EasyLog gates, automated gates, allow the management of other passing vehicles, so including service vehicles, passenger, and car traffic, and etc. In EasyLog, we have 2 levels of automations. So we have an hard configuration in which automated gates are realized through classical physical portals, so that are portals that are equipped with traditional OCR cameras, traditional entry and exit barrier sensors, and so on. And we have also a light automation, which is realized through the creation of more economic virtual gates that are realized using personal digital assistance devices and smart glasses to be used by trained personnel. Of course, the choice of the specific configuration depends on the local needs, depends also on the availability of space in the 5 ports, depends also on the economy of installation, the economy of operation. So in our project, we have chosen the hard automation for the ports of Livorno and Bastia, and the light automation for the ports of Savona, Portoferraio, and Olbia. So where we are now? Now, at the moment, the project is underway, is in progress. At the moment, we are implementing the 5 automated gates in the 5 ports. So we plan to start our experimentation phase, or our test phase, in the first month of 2021. So hopefully in January, we plan to start with the first experimentation. And in order, the test phase is, of course, fundamental, essential in order to assess the applicability, effectiveness of not only of the 5 gates, automated gate, but most of all of the EasyLog system, so of the EasyLog connector, in order to verify its ability to exchange in a secure way data and information between the five ports. And as a future development of the study, of the research, we are also going to investigate the integration of the EasyLog platform, of the EasyLog system with other platform, with other logistic platform, in order to to embrace a more holistic vision of supply chain digitalization. So that's all. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm here for questions.
Okay. Okay. Yes, change the people. Thank you, Patrick. I ask you to solve in your try to log out and then log in. Okay. Okay, we go to the third presentation. Third speaker is Dr. Mohamed Ali Abdel Wahed. He is a program manager at Suez Canal Zone, PhD researcher at Hisham University in Egypt, graduate of the Faculty of Commerce in the Suez Canal University in 2003. He has a Master of Business Administration from the Maritime Academy for Science, Technology and Maritime Transport in Excellence Awards in 2015. Okay, Dr. Mohamed, the virtual floor is yours for your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gianfranco.
Okay, go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. In the beginning, I wanted to thank Dr. Gianfranco from Italy and Professor Akram Sulaiman from Egypt and all the members of the organizing committee for their effort to make this event such a remarkable one. My topic will be about physical and technological infrastructure and their role in the sustainability of marine ports. Goals of the presentation, the significance.
Sorry, Dr. Mohamed. The audio is no very good. Probably you can check your microphone. because
Okay.
for others, but for me it's very difficult to listen because it's try again because an echo, like echo.
Is this okay?
I don't know for others.
هو في صدى صوت يا دكتور محمد، في صدى صوت. هل معاك حد في القاعة مشغل معاك؟
لا أنا قاعد لوحدي.
طب حاول تقرب الميكروفون شوية كده لحضرتك.
ماشي هو معايا كده تمام.
Okay, try.
It's okay. You can hear me.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Okay. You can hear me now.
Yeah.
Okay. The goals of the presentation: the significance of shipping industry, the impact of shipping industry on the environment, the IMO regulation 2020, marine port stakeholders, working definition of sustainability and sustainable port development, the significance of technological infrastructure, and some examples of methodologies and tools used in sustainable port project. As we know, shipping is considered as the most efficient mode of transport, which carrying about 80% of total world trade. However, its impact on climate change through gas emission and human health from air pollutant not be ignored. Currently, there are more than 900 marine ports around the world, with total fleet 95,000 ships and 1.6 million seafarers around the world. According to American Association of Port Authorities, they define port sustainability as business strategies and activities that meet the current and future needs of support and its stakeholders, while protecting and sustaining human and natural resources. The United Nations set 17 goals for sustainable development from 193 countries with 3 dimensions or aspects: social and economic and environmental aspect. About 3.5 million barrels of fuel oil consumed by this sector in 2017 per day, which represent about 50% of the global fuel demand. The IMO in 2020 started their regulation, which mandate a maximum sulfur content of 5.5% in marine fuel globally. The driver of this change is the need to reduce the air pollution created in the shipping industry. For carriers, they have 3 options. First one, use low sulfur fuel or use green fuel like natural gas or using scrubbers. From the 1st of January 2019, just 5.6% of total world fleet fitted with ballast water treatment system and 1.5% of vessels fitted with scrubbers and 0.5% fitted with nitrogen oxide emission. According to Jasmine and Louis, which divided the stakeholder into 4 groups: internal and companies and community and the public sector. We can here talk about the community in some examples, or one example is it's very important. In Los Angeles, the court of the city stopped the construction of China holding company, which construct a terminal for container. The court stopped the construction after a claim from interest group to save the health of the citizen and the worker there. In 2017, the IMO launched the Global Industry Alliance to support low carbon shipping. It's a public-private partnership involving leading ships owners and operator classification societies and technology builders. In 2019, the Panama Canal Authority joined this alliance and also Port of Rotterdam join this alliance. In my point of view, the most important stakeholder are knowledge centers, like universities and research institutions. In general, communication with all stakeholders is the most important factor for marine port sustainable development, reconciling differences between them and policies negotiated can foster port sustainability. For example, Antwerp provide electricity for ships, ensure power supply, and also Hamburg do the same. Los Angeles reduce the methane emission and the nitrogen oxide by using high quality diesel for goods transported equipment to reduce emissions in their port. And also Long Beach built new infrastructure to provide shoreside electricity. In Singapore, they give incentives like reduce port fees for ships that are using low sulfur fuel or have good score in their efficiency design index. In Sweden, they have two Roro terminal with zero emission solution. Here in Egypt, Dimyat port also supply for vessels on the berth with the necessary electricity instead of using their diesel engine. And also the government of Egypt signed a contract with the Cisco Trans company to build the first green port in Egypt in East Borside. In Auckland, also in Auckland port in the United States, they established a new plan which called Seaports Air Quality 2020 to reduce emission in their port, which converting port fleet vehicles and equipment to zero emission and installing electric infrastructure at container terminal. I think a lot of ports like now take a serious step to turn their ports into a green one. In addition, technology play an important role to foster marine port sustainability. Technology is responsible for making difference between companies and also between countries and also between port authorities. Currently, the most successful companies or countries, the most advanced one, like Apple, Alibaba, Amazon, Google, which considered as the most successful company. Accordingly, a lot of countries create plans that match the industrial for technology, like Germany and the USA from the developed country, and from developing country, Thailand in 2016, and from emerging country, China in 2015. We can see here Rolls-Royce participate in alliance to create a trans-ocean autonomous ship by 2035. This alliance with cooperate with Intel company, and also as my colleague Nikitas referred in his presentation about Port of Rotterdam, which using 3D printing in shipyards to provide spare parts to ships within 1 week or 10 days maximum. The Port of Amsterdam also launched multiple apps like Port apps which offer real-time information in cheap location, and second app data port for 11 ports in Europe, and the third app allow to make a tour in the port. Some recommendation. The sustainability plans are a dynamic effort requiring flexibility and continuous improvement. Reducing the number of sustainability indicators to be more effective and controllable, achieve a win-win situation among all stakeholders to ensure long-term sustainability goals achievement, provide skilled human capital, especially in the field of science and technology, and finally providing incentives to those committed to implement sustainability terms and reducing emissions. The Port Authority has to involve other stakeholders to enhance their long-term plans and support to be sufficient and sustainable. Thanks for all.
Okay, thank you, Mohammed. Thank you for your presentation and for the issues very interesting related to the environmental aspects. And okay, now we have 10 minutes for discussion and for question. There is a specific part in the Zoom for question and answer. Okay, actually we have two questions. One for first speakers for Nikitas, and second one for Patrizia. Yes, the second one for Patrizia, but the space is open. If you want, you can send other question. Okay, the first question for Professor Nikitako is what about the efficiency of the spare parts manufactured through 3D on board the ships, quality, durability, and the ability to work hard? And what is your opinion, Nikita?
Okay. As I said in my presentation, still we are in the infancy of 3D printing. Usually we print some spare part of low quality, particularly plastic and low quality materials. There is a lot of research that is going on, as I have presented, in all the standardization systems. And actually there is a lot of research from 3D printing to go to 4D printing, that it is including the fabrication at the end. So one thing is that so far we have to just to print low quality spare parts. The second one that I'm discussing right now with the different classification societies is to accept the spare parts to be used. I mean, legally to accept, and they have to be type approval on all the process. Some of them that are accepting this one, but some of them in the sophisticated spare parts, of course, could not be produced. It is very, very difficult. I would like to say to everybody that right now the United States Armed Forces, they are producing human organs from biomaterials. I mean, liver, but it is top secret to have something like that. Also, I have tried to contact the Rotterdam, but again, the Rotterdam, there are not so much informative on this.
Only liver or also brain?
No brain, liver, heart, and particularly a lot on, on hands and, okay, there is a whole science out of that. So I'm working with some medical faculties here in order to produce in 3D some liver, and they are doing their tactical, the operation, how they are going to cut, let's say, the faulty part, and then to see what is good. Okay, it is a very big discussion, but the main idea out of that, of the question, is that still we are working on producing better quality spare parts. The culture, again, is not exactly adapted, this one. We are working on that. I have in the proceedings that they will be published, my email, if somebody wants, I can give you a lot of things that we have done on the how it is adapted to the maritime investment, and of course something that I have done with the medical, because the biomaterials is a great thing. So you can imagine in the military to substitute some liver or some heart in the battle. Okay. That is enough. But of course, I would like if they have some more questions to just to answer them.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'm agree with you. This is a new frontiers, not only for logistics or for industrial aspect, but also for the total our life, and because it's a new frontier. The second question is for Patrizia. Patrizia, I hope to solve the problem with your microphone. Try to speak, please. Patrizia? No, probably not. So I read the question for you. You can type the answer in the section of question and answer. The question for you is, what about the replacement, the renewal between the old system and the new one? And did the ports affect during the change of the new system? And you can type the answer here, because your Microsoft, I don't know what's happened. And for Mohammed, I have a little answer related to his presentation. Is respected to the role of research and experimentation, Mohammed. How research activity has influenced this research? You know that often the research activity needs more time, 5 or 10 years. And in your opinion, in your research, how the research activity has influenced this? Mohammed?
I can't hear you, Dr. Gianfranco, very well. Can you repeat me the questions?
Yeah, no, just a simple question related to the connection between the experimentation and the research activities made from a university or from a research center. In your experience, how long the research works before to find a new solution, for example, in LNG or others? What is the weight of the research sector?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay, go. Yeah.
I think it may take between 3 to 5 years.
Okay. Okay, 5 years as inside a research center, or generally involving also industry, factories, and other element of the complete supply chain.
You ask about the old building or factories or the 3D printing or what?
No. Related to the what the research activity influence, for example, the LNG solution that you have presented. Okay, no, probably there is we have a difficulty with the connection. Okay, I think so. In this section, we have some technical problem, but it's some little technical problem. But okay, no, I hope that the presentation arrived you well, and thank you to the participants. Thank you for the participant, for to the panelists for the presentation, and the attendees for the participation. Thanks a lot for Arab Academy for this Marlog 9 for organize this this session at this conference. I hope for next year to meet in Alexandria, not in Zoom in Zoom place. Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Fancello, for this great management of the session. Thank you very much for all the participants. Thank you very much for all the speakers. Actually, it was very great session and nice closing to our sessions today. We just have only one session, the closing session, which should be start after 40 minutes. Yes, at 20 past 2. We will have just one recording presentation from IABH, the National Center for Ports and Harbor, regarding the sustainability program, WBSP. And then we have the recommendation and the announcement of the coming conference, inshallah. So please, if you have time, be with us. It will be our pleasure to be you all in the coming session. Thank you again for the participant. We just have half an hour as a break, and we'll be back at 20 past 2. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Bye. See you later. Okay. Bye.
دكتور عبد الرازق منورنا حبيبي. سعداء.
بروف، ازيك؟ ازي الحال؟ اخبارك ايه؟
سعداء بوجودك معانا.
الله يجزاك خير.
Cargo handling. It is Alexandria Container and Cargo.
ختامية بإذن الله.
In the city of Alexandria, a huge entity was specialized in the field of container and cargo handling. It is Alexandria Container and Cargo Handling Company, the leading company in Egypt practicing this activity. 1984 was the starting point where Alexandria Terminal became operative, which consists of a main quay of 531 meters, a depth of 12 meters, and a total area of 163,000 meters. First, the terminal was designed to handle 160,000 TEUs per year. Then, it was increased to handle 500,000 TEUs. On the main quay of Alexandria Terminal, there are 4 gantry cranes for loading and unloading container ships. In each terminal, there is a container inspection unit through X-ray to facilitate container customs procedures. The storage yards, where all the handling and storage operations are carried out by the 12 gantry cranes on rubber tires. These cranes achieve the best economic exploit of the storage yards. Alexandria Container and Cargo Handling Company handles all types of containers, including reefer, hazardous, and OOG containers. There are 1,000 electrical connections to operate reefer containers in the terminal. In the storage yards, there is also available a wide range of heavy top lift cranes. Also, there is a large fleet of heavy-duty tractors. equipment that the company owns are of the latest state-of-the-art technology in the field of container handling. They are also regularly submitted to advanced maintenance system. The company's management has adopted the creation of an advanced electronic system for all operations, such as loading, unloading, and yard operations such as stowage, stuffing, and stripping, as well as monitoring the terminal's gates of entrances and exits. Through this electronic system and replacing all paperwork with electronic billing systems between all parties dealing with the port. The fruits of this system are the remarkable increase in performance and operational efficiency, which reflected positively on the company's revenues. For the hazardous containers, they are stored in private yards, where all security and safety regulations are applied to them. In order to ensure full control of the containers and the safety of its contents, the company has developed an integrated system of advanced visual surveillance through a network of cameras distributed on the quays and the storage yards. Also, a system of optical character recognition cameras was applied on entrances and exits gates. In 1996, a decision was taken to establish a second terminal for container handling in El Dkhela port as a result of success of Alexandria terminal. The decision to establish the terminal was in order to accommodate the increase in the growth of foreign trade in Egypt. El Dkhela Container Terminal was established according to international specifications, enabling it to compete with the major container terminals in the Middle East. Its total area is 406,000 square meters, and it has a quay of a length of 1,040 meters with a depth of 12 to 16 meters, a storage capacity of 1 million TEUs. At El Dkhela Container Terminal, there are 10 gantry cranes equipped with the latest electronic error detection systems. As per storage yards in El Dkhela terminals, they are equipped with 18 gantry cranes moving on rubber tires. The terminal is also equipped with a fleet of heavy top-lift trucks and heavy-duty tractors. The foremost objective of the company is reaching the international standard rates through progressive thinking and adopting a scientific approach. Although the company's main activity is container handling, but with all confidence and defiance, the company dealt with a giant container vessel, Ital, Florida, that encountered a hurricane accident, and all container terminals in the area refused to receive it due to its dangerous condition. Nevertheless, work was completed professionally and in record time without any losses to mention. The company has applied the international quality system in its 2 terminals, and it is proud to be the first company in the field of maritime transport to receive the ISO certificate, the Occupational Health and Security certificate, as well as the Environmental Protection certificate, and also to be in compliance with the ISPS standards. The picture is the best proof. Alexandria Container and Cargo Handling Company is a huge entity and one of the pillars of the Egyptian national economy.
Alexandria Port Authority and Kila Port. Alexandria Port is considered the Arab Republic of Egypt's largest port, through which more than 60% of Egypt's foreign trade passes, characterized by the exceptional navigational route that requires the least amount of dredging. The port has a cruise passenger terminal for giant vessels, a train terminal, also an integrated administrative compound, a conference hall, and a port museum. There is also a building serving the banks, businessmen, and investors, an electronic compound, and integrated networks for all the sectors operating. Alexandria Port Authority is friendly to the environment, having an exemplary center for civil defense. What distinguishes the ports of Alexandria and El Duhaila is the availability of multimodal means of transportation, as the 2 ports are connected to the main international coastal road that connects Egypt with the North African country, trains to all roads and rail networks, in addition to the station linkage between Alexandria Port and the River Nile. Alexandria Port drew the attention and the full support of the state for being the country's main port. As a result of that, vital projects were set for the port, as the naval arsenal and petroleum service basin. Also, specialized container terminals were established and operated, in addition to the establishment of the tower radar, administrative and informatic system, in order to cope with the 5th generation ports and applying the global trading and logistics system standards, such as General Cargo Terminal, Container Terminals, Multi-Purpose Cargo and the Oil Terminal. Seamen's Club. It was established to provide the social and cultural services for the seamen of the port of Alexandria. The available potentials of the International Seamen's Club is a room for the usage of the internet, lounge for lunch that can receive up to 140 visitors and guests, gyms, billiards, tennis table, library that hold books stating the history of Alexandria Port establishment, 10 integrated hotel rooms to serve seamen coming from their countries to join all kinds of ships, and also seafarers traveling to their home country in case of flight delay. In the field of international cooperation, several memorandum of understandings and letters of intent with various world port were signed to coordinate and exchange information and expertise, and mainly to strengthen and deepen the friendship and international cooperation bonds. Alexandria Port Authority and Kila Port.
The present in which we now live on this good land is a victory over the suffering and cruel circumstances of the past. As he was keen to keep up with latest developments in different areas, the late Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan established the National Marine Dredging Company, NMDC, in 1976 to carry out sea drilling works especially dredging projects. This involved work on the southern channel of Al Makta Bridge, Al Nar Island and Zayed Port development, the reclaimed Al Sadr area, including Grantoot, Al Jarf, then Al Lulu Island and Sabani Yas Island, development of Abu Al Abiyad Island, one of the urban achievements and successes of the UAE in areas of sustainable development. And under such visionary leadership, NMDC projects have become icons that shape our country's urban map. These projects include the Abu Dhabi Corniche Public Beach, one of the city's most popular attractions. In 2002, NMDC built the 3.5-kilometer-long beachfront. Approximately 3.5 million cubic meters of materials were dredged and used for reclamation. On the western end, NMDC was involved in the preparations for the area where the world-famous Emirates Palace Hotel was built, and further down carried out more preparations to house the new Presidential Palace complex, which includes the magnificent Qasr Al Watan. Reshaping and reclaiming Al Maria Island in 2008, and using about 6 million cubic meters of dredged materials for reshaping the island, and as filling materials in construction works, qualifying the island to be suitable for world-class projects that attract international investment in all areas. Adjacent to Zakum offshore oil field, the most challenging dredging project was carried out to build 4 artificial islands in the shape of falcons. With 15,000 square meters built area, including huge projects and solid infrastructure to withstand the most extreme weather and natural disasters, even earthquakes. Expanding Khalifa Port for 1,000 meters from the port platform and deepening its main channel and dock from 16 meters to 18 meters with 10,415,000 cubic meters of dredged quantity. The new platform added more than 600,000 square meters for cargo handling. The port becomes able to deal with the largest ships in the world, increasing the competitive ability of the Emirate as a logistics and marine hub. In 2014, and as part of projects in the Gulf area, specifically at Eastern Sitra in the Kingdom of Bahrain, about 540 hectares were reclaimed on 6 separate islands, which required 25 million cubic meters of sand to build industrial and national projects in Bahrain. The challenge continues at the regional level outside the GCC countries. NMDC led a world dredging consortium to dredge the water passage of the new Suez Canal in just 9 months. In a race against time, the company's production recorded the highest dredging rate in the world over the last 3 decades, with 1 million cubic meters per day. The expansion allows this critical water passage to enable two-way ship movement, which effectively maximizes its capacity and improves its performance in enabling passage of the largest ships through one of the most important water passages in the world. Its challenge and determination to succeed and excel with the vision of the wise father, supported by his sons with an unwavering will to complete the journey of the nation that can accept only to be at the top in all areas. NMDC at local, regional and international levels.
وأنا هذا دائما أقول هكذا، أن اللي لا يعرف ماضيه لا يمكن يعرف الحاضر اللي هو فيه، ولا يعرف المستقبل واللي بيواجهه.
National Marine Dredging Company, NMDC.
عشان ايه؟
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يعني السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
يعني يا دكتور أكرم، أنا دايما يعني عارف إنك البنكشواليتي عندك عالية جدا، والدقة والمواعيد أنت والدكتور إيهاب ما شاء الله. فأنتوا قلتوا لي 2 وتلت، فكون إن أنتوا بقى خليتوها 2:15 rather than 2:20، يبقى أنا ما يتحسبش عليا إن أنا متأخر بقى. ماشي؟
لا، هي 2 وتلت يا دكتور. احنا يعني هنبتدي بالظبط دلوقتي just on time يعني.
إن شاء الله. أنا جاهز دكتور أكرم. شوف كده يعني وقت ما تحب تكون تبدأ، يلا على بركة الله.
تمام.
أنا شايف يعني بصراحة الدنيا منورة، يعني شايف المنصة منورة بالكابتن، يعني الأخ العزيز أنور محمد ندى سلطان، مدير عام هيئة الموانئ البحرية السودانية. برحب بيه يعني وشاكر تشريفه هنا. شايف الدكتور عبد الرزاق مدني موجود، يعني شايف يعني حقيقي يعني كوكبه موجوده يعني هو اونلاين، يعني 59 مشارك at this moment يعني، فده شيء عظيم يعني.
احنا دكتور يعني استاذنك في بدء الجلسه. احنا وجهنا الدعوه يعني الوقت يسمح من رؤساء الجلسات، والحقيقه احنا سعداء الحقيقه ايضا بوجود مستر نيكو. مستر نيكو هو الهيد بزنس ديفلوبمنت في بورت اوف انتروب انترناشونال فور ذا ريجن اوف نورث افريكا. والحقيقه هم كانوا متابعين معانا من بدايه الجلسات، وهم حضرتك تعلم طبعا ان هم كو اورجنايزرز معانا في المؤتمر. سعداء بوجوده معانا، وهيحضر معانا الجلسه الافتتاحيه ان شاء الله باذن الله. نستاذن حضرتك الجلسه الختاميه. نستاذن حضرتك بس في كلمه يعني للحضور، وطبقا للبرنامج بتاع المؤتمر. احنا يعني الحمد لله نهينا 7 جلسات. النهارده كان في 3 جلسات الحقيقه اعتقد كانوا في غايه الاهميه. الحمد لله احنا النهارده قدرنا الجلسات. كان كل الشير من بتوع الجلسات مش موجودين معانا. كان فيليب الصبح من فرنسا، بعد كده كان عندنا من ايطالي، من يعني كان كل السيشن شيرمان كان من بره مصر خالص. النهارده حاجه عشان الاثنين واول يوم في الويك دايز بالنسبه لليوروب، فكانوا متحصين كلهم تقريبا من اوروبا ومن يعني خارج مصر. الحمد لله الجلسات كانت مهمه جدا، كان فيها معلومات قيمه جدا. وانا عارف طبعا حضرتك كنت متابع معانا على مدار اليوم وعلى مدار ال3 ايام يعني. احنا بس لو حضرتك تعلم كان في اليوم الاولاني برزنتيشن مسجله لمستر انطونيوس ميشيل، اللي هو التكنيكال دايركتور وورد بورد سستينابيلتي بروجرام انترناشونال اسوسيشن فور بورتس اند هاربر. هم ايضا كو اورجنايزر معانا. فاحنا يعني ارتقينا برضو للاستفاده القصوى ان احنا نعرضها في الجلسه الختاميه. هي كلمه مسجله، واعتقد يعني كلمه هامه جدا لمده 17 دقيقه بالظبط. بعد كده ان شاء الله التوصيات والاحصائيات هيلقيها الاستاذ الدكتور ايهاب محمود القصاص. وفي الاخر ان شاء الله نستاذن حضرتك في اعلان موعد وعنوان مارلوج 10 ان شاء الله في 2021. لو حضرتك ليك اي ملاحظات
لا، هو ليه 10 او 21 مارس ان شاء الله. مارس يا دكتور اكرم، الصوت قطع. دكتور اكرم سامعني؟ افتح المايك لو سمحت، افتح المايك. يور مايك.
انا سامع حضرتك يا دكتور. سامع.
مارس 21 ان شاء الله.
هو احنا ان شاء الله يعني عندنا كذا موعد، وباذن الله يعني نقترح ان هو يبقى في جون على اساس نلحق يعني نعمل اناونسمنت للكول وكده. وربنا يسهل برضه تكون جائحه كورونا عدت على خير. بصينا في الاجنده الدوليه لقينا ان معظم المؤتمرات هتبتدي بدءا من مايو وجون 2021 ان شاء الله. احنا حطينا ميعاد اولي في جون برضه، يعني هنناقشه مع حضرتك باذن
الله ان شاء الله يا دكتور، عشان الساده الزملاء يعرفوا بس الموعد من دلوقتي. خلاص نتوكل على الله ونختار النهارده، وخلينا ناخد قرار ونعمل يعني نشتغل على هذا الاساس يعني ان شاء الله يعني. ان شاء الله. هو مين بيعمل لك ميوتنج؟ حد يقدر يعمل؟
انا بعمل لنفسي عشان بس ما بقاش صدى صوت في القاعه.
انت مطلوب مني ايه دلوقتي؟
استاذن حضرتك في العرض.
العرض
لو حضرتك بس تحب
طبعا، ولا عايز كلمه مني دلوقتي ولا عايز كلمه في الاخر؟ حدد حضرتك عايز ايه؟
لو حضرتك تحب يعني تقول كلمه في بدايه الجلسه وبعدين نعرض على طول ان شاء الله.
لا اتفضل على بركه الله، يعني اعرض اتفضل، وابقى يعني في الاخر يعني. اتفضل.
تمام، اتفضلوا اعرضوا الفيلم لو سمحت.
Hello, a very good afternoon from my side as well. My name is Antonis Mikhail and I'm the Technical Director of the World Port Sustainability Program. It's really a pleasure and I'm delighted to be here with you today, and thank you very much. Many thanks to the Arab Academy for Science, Technology and Maritime Transport for the kind invitation. The topics of the 2020 Marlog 9 conference, this conference, are very topical and timely for the port sector overall. You will be discussing over the next 2 days aspects of ports and sustainability, such as digitalization, such as port city integration, which are also very much important for us as the World Port Sustainability Program and within the efforts of sustainability of the International Association of Ports and Harbors. So really a pleasure for me to be here. I would love to be physically present with you in Alexandria. I was very much looking forward to that, but obviously with the current COVID-19 restrictions, this is not possible, and we're having this conference virtually. Thank you very much again for the invitation. I will focus my presentation on guiding you through the World Port Sustainability Program. As I said, this is really the flagship initiative on sustainability by the International Association of Ports and Harbors. And I want to give you some background on it, but I would like to focus more my presentation on mainly the topic that you will be addressing as well in the following days: digitalization, port city integration, sustainability overall. So WPSP was established in 2018. We started with this program, and it's actually the successor of a previous IAPH program, the World Port Climate Initiative. WPCI, which was established back in 2008, was more focusing on climate and energy issues on air quality in ports. But since then, we had in 2015-16 the publication of the United Nations Agenda of Sustainability for 2030 and the publication of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, respectively. And that provided us within IAPH with the inspiration to broaden our scope to encompass the whole spectrum of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. A very ambitious target, how we can work with those 17 UN SDGs and how we can integrate those in port strategies, policies, and actual practice. We are not alone in that effort within the World Port Sustainability Program. It is led by IAPH, but it brings together the most important international port-related organizations. And I'm not only referring to the regional associations of ports worldwide, but also to extra partners such as the World Association for Waterborne Transport Infrastructure, PN, the International Association for Ports and Cities, IAVP, and also the Dredging Companies Associations and the cargo handlers. We're all on board on that, given the whole spectrum of things that we will have to deal with. The program is ambitious and its scope is broad. The SDGs themselves cover a big variety of issues, ranging from no poverty to infrastructure to climate change and everything. So what we've tried to do from the start of WPSP was to channel those 17 UN priorities to 5 main priority areas of interest for us, let's say, for ports interest. And I'm referring here first to resilient infrastructure. And that's again, something very much related to the digitalization and to the IT infrastructure in ports. Not only though, it also encompasses climate change adaptation related infrastructure efforts on infrastructure, let's say. Second pillar is the climate and energy, most important one, of course. Third one on community outreach and port city dialogue, again, very much linked to the topic, one of the main topics of the Marlog 9 conference, safety and security, also encompassing cyber security. And last, but definitely not least, governance and ethics. So those are the 5 areas that we are focusing on WPSP. As you can see, there is a very good overlap with the topics of Marlog 9 as well. So since the start of the program, we mainly worked on 2 pillars. The first one was our ambition to establish and to maintain the most up-to-date database of port projects on sustainability worldwide. And this we are achieving it with the so-called WPSP Port Projects Portfolio. Currently, this database contains more than 120 projects for more than 70 ports worldwide for around 40 countries. And again, the geographical variety might be different. We have a good representation in Europe, in Southeast Asia, for instance, in Oceania, and so on, but there is also room for improvement. This database provides really a wealth of information of the current efforts of ports worldwide in dealing and working with all the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. There is a simple, every port in the world can access that database, obviously, to get inspiration and to motivation to continue its effort. And if you want to submit your projects at WPSP, your port organization, there is a simple online template on the following link that you can visit and share with us your projects and join our database and our WPSP efforts to showcase to the world the good projects and initiatives that are undertaken by ports worldwide. In addition, in order to further promote this database, we linked it with the annual IAPH Sustainability Awards, meaning that all IAPH member ports that submit a project to our database automatically qualify as entries for our Sustainability Awards competition. And I just want to highlight here 2 of the winners of our 2020 awards competition on the 2 areas of interest that are more relevant to the content of this conference as well. So regarding resilient infrastructure, the winner for 2020 was a collaborative project led by the Valentia Port Foundation called Green and Connected Ports, also bringing together ports from Germany, Greece, and Italy in working with IT tools in demonstrating the use and potential uses of artificial intelligence, of sensors, of big data instruments, and what the applications would be for ports. This was the winner on that category. Moving to the community outreach and port city dialogue type of category that we've set up, the Port of Vigo with the Sunset Dock project, the project that really works on recovering the good state of marine ecosystems, of bringing the city and the port closer together, also focusing on CO2 reductions through carbon capture and through innovative techniques, was the winner in that category. So a lot of information within our portfolio, and that was the first thing that we are keeping up to date, and we invite everybody to participate. Our second pillar was the so-called WPSP platform, and this is the part of our website as well where we highlight the initiatives where we have a leadership role as IPH and WPSP. And furthermore, the platform functions as a think tank for new collaborative projects in areas of common interest between the global ports, let's say. You can see also on the slide, I mean, that we try here to map our 5 areas of interest with our ongoing initiatives and to see for which category each initiative is relevant to. And you can access all this information on our website following the link below, as I said. I'm not going to go through all the initiatives. Again, I will just highlight a few of those for the needs of that presentation. I would probably start again focusing on resilient infrastructure, on digitalization, if you like, one of the themes of Marlog 9. One of the main work we're doing over there, it's our work on port call optimization. We are active partners of the International Task Force on Port Call Optimization, and this is really a forum where shipping and ports are working together promoting the port call optimization, and that it's through improving the data exchange between ships and ports. Also, also setting the right definitions to enable that change, and also having the IT aspect, of course, and the digital aspect over there as well to enable that. And of course, this whole effort is targeted to efficiency in the port call, efficiency in the voyage planning, and results in also savings on emissions of CO2 and so on, which are very much in the global agenda right now. Moving on more to an aspect related to our port-city relation, if you like, and emissions from vessels. Already for quite some time as IPH, we've set up the Environmental SIP Index. This is really a formula that evaluates from 0 to 100 the vessels that have an outstanding performance in terms of emissions. We are talking about SOx, NOx, about greenhouse gas emissions, and so on. And over time, since 2011, that has been established, the ESI firmly established its position as the standard index or formula, if you like, that it's used by ports worldwide in order to provide incentives for best performing vessels that visit the ports. The success is highlighted by the figures. We have more than 8,000 vessels registered within the ESI system, and we have, again, around 60 nowadays incentive providers, ports worldwide, that choose on a voluntary basis to provide incentives to best performing vessels. Again, a most important project and initiative that it's long-standing, and it shows our commitment to sustainability, our commitment to improve air quality in ports in that case. Further, I want to highlight our overall efforts. As I said before, our main aim in WPSP is to integrate the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations into port governance and practice. And in our effort to do so, and I see in this slide, you see an extract from our sustainability report from 2020, actually. We started by trying to map the priorities in relation to SDGs as established by the ports. So through an analysis of the content of the projects of our WPSP portfolio, we tried to map the priorities of the ports. And it's by no surprise that we see that the highest priority on the basis of those projects is received by SDG number 9, for instance, on industry, innovation, and infrastructure, SDG number 11 on sustainable cities and communities, and number 8 on economic growth overall. On the lower end of the scale, unfortunately, you see SDGs such as gender equality, such as no poverty and zero hunger. Again, as a program, what we want to do is to raise awareness about all the SDGs to the port sector, and to try to show to the ports and to assist them and to train them what potentially they could do in tackling and achieving the aims of those sustainable development goals. And also further working towards that direction, developed a blueprint on the port's potential contribution for each of the SDGs. This is obviously not a slide to go into detail. I mean, this is information that you can find on our sustainability report on our website as well. But we map all the main potential actions, if you like, that ports could commit to in addressing each one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. Further to that, we have been working already for a year now in developing the Port Endeavor concept. This is really a training tool or a game in the form of a board game, if you like, that aims to assist and train port managers and ports worldwide on working with the Sustainable Development Goals. And it's done, there is a map, there are various port profiles, and players are confronted with challenges during the game, sustainability-related challenges and various options. You have a budget and you have some options to spend your money in, let's say, and you're awarded progress towards achieving specific Sustainable Development Goals. That concept was already ready last spring and was to be presented on our conference, in our annual conference. So it was supposed to take place in Antwerp in March last year. Obviously, due to COVID-19, and although we have tested previously the game and it was working fine, we weren't able to do it. So now we are in the process of actually, especially as you can see from the photos, this is a game requiring really social interaction and so on, and physical interaction. So realizing the challenges with the COVID-19 crisis for doing that, we are now working on transforming it into an online platform and game. And we are planning also to release that in the following months after testing and further development. All the information of our initiatives and what we do on Port Endeavor, on our collaborative initiatives, on our main data analysis and of our work in various fields can be summarized and is summarized in the World Port Sustainability Report of 2020 that was released back in late spring, early summer this year. And it can also be accessed on that link. You can find quite a lot of information and an overview of all our activities and initiatives there. So some key messages summarizing a bit from my presentation as well. I want to stress again that the Marlog 9 themes, digitalization, port city integration, sustainability overall, are clear priorities of the World Ports and very much in line with our efforts within the World Port Sustainability Program and the UN Sustainable Development Goals Action. I want to make a concrete call to ports in the audience to share their initiatives on our WPSP portfolio and see the information that is there, get inspiration, and let us enrich the database with your own valuable initiatives. I also want to announce that the call for entries for the 2021 IAPH Sustainability Awards is now open since this week and until March next year. You are warmly invited then to submit your projects on our portfolio and also have the chance to compete for the Sustainability Awards that will be delivered in June in Antwerp, in June 2021, our next annual IAPH conference taking place in Antwerp. Finally, I want to also pass a message for you to consider to join us as members of IAPH and to join our WPSP ongoing collaborative initiatives in various fields. You can access all those, you can find more information, and I'm more than glad at receiving any inquiries for further information on how to join actively those initiatives. My last slide, I want to thank you for your attention with a short publicity as well for our forthcoming conference in Antwerp from the 23rd to 25th June of 2021. COVID-19 allowing, we are very much looking forward to welcoming you in Antwerp next year. Thank you very much for your attention.
يعني هي يمكن البرنامج الدولي للتنمية المستدامة في المواني اللي حصل له لانشنج في أنتروب مارس 2018 وأعتقد من الحاجات الهامة جدا. ويمكن النهارده كانت فرصة نطلع حضراتكم على آخر التطورات اللي حصلت في البرنامج ده خلال سنتين من مارس 2018 لغاية النهارده. وأعتقد إنه إحنا يعني جميعا كمواني مصرية وعربية مطالبين إن إحنا بسرعة يعني نبقى جزء من هذا البرنامج. يمكن حضرتك شفته في السلايد اللي فيها المواني المشاركة. يمكن أعتقد حتى الآن يعني لسه ما فيهاش مواني عربية كتيرة، لكن أكيد إن إحنا النهاردة نهايلايت الموضوع ده. أعتقد هننبه على أهمية إن إحنا يبقى جزء من هذا البرنامج الهام اللي هو بيجمع أهم المواني على مستوى العالم. يعني سيادة الدكتور إسماعيل، ننتقل للجزء الثاني من الجلسة النهاردة، وهو يعني وضع. طبعا احنا يعني عملنا تجربة الحقيقة أعتقد لأول مرة تتم في العالم، اللي هي تجربة بليندد كونفرنس. ويمكن ده كانت يعني الدكتور إسماعيل طلبها مننا إن احنا نعملها ونحرص على عقد المؤتمر كل سنة. ويمكن الحمد لله كل الفيدباك اللي جالنا الحقيقة كان فيدباك جيد جدا من جهات كثيرة، كلها جهات يعني خارجية خارج مصر، أثنت على اللي احنا الفكرة، وأثنت إن احنا قدرنا ننظم المؤتمر في هذا التوقيت وبهذه الكيفية. فإن شاء الله الدكتور إيهاب محمود القصاص هيطلع حضراتكم على إحصائيات المؤتمر وعلى التوصيات أو مقترح التوصيات بإذن الله.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدات والسادة الحضور الكرام، في ختام مؤتمركم السنوي مارلوج 9 يشرفني بالأصالة عن نفسي وبالنيابة عن اللجنة المنظمة للمؤتمر أن نعرب لكم عن عميق سرورنا وسعادتنا بتشريفكم لنا بالحضور المباشر أو عبر التطبيق الإلكتروني من خلف شاشات الكمبيوتر، حيث كان حرصنا على عقد هذا المؤتمر والالتقاء في هذا المحفل والجمع الكريم الذي تعودنا عليه في كل عام. وعلى الرغم من الجائحة التي ألمت بالعالم كوفيد-19 فإنها لم تستطيع أن تحول بيننا وبين تنظيم هذا المؤتمر انطلاقا من الأمانة والمسؤولية التي تحملناها على عاتقنا. السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم، لقد كان لهذه المؤتمرات المتخصصة التي نعقدها سنويا دورا رائدا في دعم البرامج التطوير والتحديث دعما مخططات التنمية القومية. فقد تبنى المؤتمر خلال دوراته السابقة العديد من القضايا الجوهرية والتي من أهمها نحو رؤية مستقبلية لتحقيق التكامل بين الموانئ واللوجستيات. كما تم خلال هذه المؤتمرات تناول الجوانب المتعلقة بالتنمية المستدامة وسبل تحقيقها وبكافة أنشطة ومجالات صناعة النقل البحري بمصر والوطن العربي، وذلك حرصا من المهتمين على الأخذ في الاعتبار النظرة المستقبلية وخلق نظم عمل صديقة للبيئة للوصول بموانئنا إلى مصاف الموانئ الخضراء المتقدمة عالميا Green Ports، واستمرارا لمسيرة العطاء والتقدم وفي ظل التطورات العالمية الحديثة وما تشهده من ثورة ونهضة غير مسبوقة في عالم الرقمنة، والتي يصنفها العالم بأنها الثورة الصناعية الرابعة، لما لها من دور فعال في دعم برامج التنمية المستدامة. فقد كان اختيارنا للقضية المحورية للمؤتمر هذا العام من خلال دراسة وبحث كيفية الاستفادة من هذه الثورة في تحقيق التكامل بين المدينة والميناء في منظومة ذكية شاملة، حيث تم خلال جلسات المؤتمر مناقشة العديد من الأوراق البحثية التي تنقل خبرات العلماء والمتخصصين من كافة دول العالم، والتي اتفقت جميعا على أهمية العمل على النهوض بسلسلة الإمداد الكلية Total Supply Chain من خلال خلق المجتمع الذكي المتكامل بين المدينة والميناء. وإنه لمن توفيق الله أن يأتي تنظيم المؤتمر هذا العام في شهر أكتوبر، حيث احتفالات مصر والعالم العربي بانتصارات أكتوبر 73 التي وضعت لمصر والأمة العربية بداية عصر من الحرية والعزة والكرامة. ويسعدنا أن نرسل من خلال هذا المؤتمر تحية شكر وإعزاز وتقدير لشهدائنا الذين ضحوا بأنفسهم في سبيل رفعة الوطن. السيدات والسادة الحضور الكرام والمتابعين لنا عبر شاشات الكمبيوتر، ونظرا للظروف التي اجتاحت العالم بفيروس كورونا المستجد وضرورة اتباع الإجراءات الاحترازية، فقد تم استخدام التطبيقات التكنولوجية في تنظيم معرض لمجموعة من أهم الهيئات والشركات العاملة في صناعة النقل البحري، والتي شاركنا مشاركتها في فعاليات ذلك المؤتمر، إيمانا منها بالدور الرائد للمؤتمر في دعم تحقيق التنمية المستدامة للصناعة. كما نوجه بالشكر والتقدير لكل من ساهم بأفكاره وآرائه من خلال الأوراق البحثية المقدمة، وننتهز هذه الفرصة لنعرب لهم عن عميق سعادتنا وامتناننا لكل ما بذلوه من جهد وعناء في البحث والدراسة ونقل كل ما هو جديد للاستفادة به في تنمية وتطوير اقتصادنا المصري والعربي. كما نتقدم أيضا بخالص الشكر والتقدير لكل الهيئات والشركات المساهمة في المعرض الخاص بالمؤتمر، ونتمنى لهم كل النجاح والتقدم والرقي. ولا يفوتنا أن نتقدم بخالص الشكر والتقدير لكل من شارك في تنظيم والإعداد للمؤتمر للخروج به إلى الوضع الذي ترونه على الرغم من الصعوبات والعقبات التي تواجهنا. والآن عرض مشروع توصيات المؤتمر. شارك في المؤتمر هذا العام 401 مشارك من 20 دولة من مختلف دول العالم: مصر، العراق، الأردن، الكويت، لبنان، قطر، السعودية، ليبيا، سوريا. 9 دول عربية. 11 دولة أجنبية: الأرجنتين، بلجيكا، اليونان، إيطاليا، ماليزيا، النرويج، بيرو، رومانيا، السويد، إسبانيا، سلوفينيا. كما تم مناقشة خلال هذا المؤتمر 25 ورقة بحثية خلال عدد 7 جلسات وقضت على مدار 3 أيام. نود حضراتكم ان هي 80% من الاوراق البحثيه كان متحدثين اجانب. الاوراق البحثيه كانت من 11 دوله: بلجيكا، مصر، اليونان، ايطاليا، ليبيا، ماليزيا، النرويج، رومانيا، السويد، اسبانيا وسلوفينيا. تم مشاركه 18 جهه وهيئه في المؤتمر المصاحب للمؤتمر المعرض. ومشروع توسعي. لابد من العمل على الاستفادة من الثورة الصناعية الرابعة في دعم تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة على المستوى العربي والعالمي، وخاصة في صناعة النقل البحري. وفي هذا الإطار نوصي بالآتي: أهمية إدخال التطورات التكنولوجية الحديثة في مجال التعليم والتدريب البحري، وأهمية اعتماد المنظمات والمؤسسات البحرية في دول العالم على تطوير الوظائف والبرامج التدريبية بما يستوعب التطبيقات الرقمية والتحول إلى منظومة نقل بحري عالمي ذكية Maritime Transport System International Smart. العمل على الاستفادة من التطورات التكنولوجية في الوصول إلى منظومة متكاملة بين الميناء الذكي Smart Port والمدينة الذكية Smart City. وضع خارطة طريق للموانئ العربية نحو التحول الرقمي وتعزيز وإرساء مبادئ الاستدامة حتى نتمكن من المنافسة القوية والحتمية في عصر الثورة الصناعية الرابعة والوصول إلى أفضل صورة تكامل وحوكمة. تشجيع الاتجاه الموانئ والشركات العاملة في سوق النقل البحري نحو تكامل أنظمتها الرقمية والتوسع في استخدام التقنيات الرقمية وإنترنت الأشياء. تطوير تدابير الحماية والكشف والتهديدات المتعلقة بالأمن السيبراني للسفن، ووضع خطط لاستجابة الطوارئ والتعافي من حوادث الأمن الإلكتروني Cyber Security Incident. استخدام نظم المحاكاة والذكاء الاصطناعي Simulation Smart Artificial Intelligence في إعادة التخطيط المتكامل للعمليات التشغيلية بالميناء. استخدام الحوسبة السحابية Cloud Computing للوصول إلى جميع البيانات والمعلومات ذات الصلة والانطلاق والاندماج داخل سلسلة التوريد الرقمية لضمان تدفق حركة الركاب والبضائع بسلاسة. السعي لتطبيق مفاهيم Global Maritime Professional Body of Knowledge لما يضيف من مهارات وعلوم المستقبل. العمل على دمج مهارات الإدارة والتواصل ضمن برامج المدارس مع تحقيق التواصل بين الجامعات والصناعة والمدارس وأولياء الأمور لتحقيق مناهج التعليم الإبداعي. تشجيع المزيد من الاستثمار في البحث والتطوير لاستخدام مصادر الطاقة المتجددة في صناعة النقل البحري مع إنشاء برامج تدريبية لإدارة كفاءة الطاقة لتأهيل جميع المستويات الإدارية والفنية. التحول التدريجي إلى مفهوم الميناء الأخضر Green Ports، والتي يعتمد على الحد من الانبعاثات الكربونية وزيادة العمل على دعم استخدامات مصادر الطاقة المتجددة. وفي النهاية ندعو بكل الأمل في أن يتم التغلب على الوباء العالمي بكل آثاره وسلبياته، وأن تعود النهضة والاستدامة إلى برامج التنمية على كافة المستويات، وأن نلقاكم العام القادم في النسخة 10 من مؤتمركم مارلوج 10 في شكله الذي عهدناه من خلال اللقاءات الحية والمباشرة مع الخبراء والمختصين من جميع أنحاء العالم في كافة المجالات. شكرا لحسن استماعكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا دكتور إيهاب. احنا يعني دكتور اسماعيل نستاذن حضرتك يعني لو حضرتك تحب تلقي كلمة بقى في ختام الجلسة الختامية بعد إذن حضرتك.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. طبعا بالتأكيد يعني برحب بكل السادة وأعرب عن سعادتي البالغة في النجاح والتميز الذي استطعنا من خلاله تنظيم النسخة 9 من هذا المؤتمر الذي أصبح واحدا من أهم المؤتمرات في هذه الصناعة المهمة جدا للعالم أجمع، صناعة النقل البحري واللوجستيات. طبعا برحب بحضراتكم جميعا، بتوجه بخالص الشكر والتقدير لدولة رئيس الوزراء الأستاذ الدكتور مصطفى مدبولي رئيس وزراء مصر على وضع هذا المؤتمر تحت رعايته، يعني قناعة بأهمية هذا المؤتمر ودعما لهذا المؤتمر. بشكر دولة رئيس الوزراء، ويعني بالنيابة عن أسرة كل المنظمين وكل المشاركين سوف نقوم بكتابة رسالة شكر لدولة رئيس الوزراء نشكره فيها على هذا الدعم. بالتأكيد أتوجه بخالص الشكر والتقدير لمعالي الوزير النقل في دولة المقر في مصر، معالي الفريق كامل الوزير وزير النقل، على كل الدعم اللي بيقدمه سواء للأكاديمية أو المؤتمر. فشكرا معالي الوزير. وطبعا الكلمة اللي ألقاها معالي في بداية الجلسة الافتتاحية وألقاها نيابة عنه سيادة اللواء رضا إسماعيل، له مني كل التقدير، رئيس قطاع النقل البحري في جمهورية مصر العربية. شكرا لمعالي الفريق أسامة ربيع رئيس قناة السويس، اللي ادانا من وقته قناعة واهتماما بهذا المؤتمر. شكرا فريق أسامة ربيع. طبعا تشريف السادة المحافظين، محافظ الإسكندرية الحاضنة للمقر الرئيسي للأكاديمية معالي اللواء محمد الشريف محافظ الإسكندرية، ومعالي اللواء أركان حرب خالد شعيب محافظ مرسى مطروح، لأن فعلا موضوع المؤتمر المدينة والمدينة والميناء والمدينة فعلا شيء مهم جدا. وطبعا اهتمام القيادات في مختلف دولنا العربية، مشاركة إخواننا رؤساء هيئات الموانئ سواء في مصر أو خارج مصر، شيء يعني أقدره وأعتز به. طبعا يعني أنا في غاية السعادة اليوم وإحنا بنختتم أعمال هذا المؤتمر. طبعا يعني بشكر تشريف سعادة الكابتن أنور محمد آدم سلطان مدير هيئة الموانئ البحرية السودانية على تشريفه لينا بالحضور، تأكيدا لفعلا للمعنى الكبير اللي احنا قدمنا بيه المؤتمر، اللي هو البلندد الحضور داخل القاعة الرئيسية للمؤتمرات بالأكاديمية، والحضور عبر قنوات التواصل الإلكتروني، وإذاعة المؤتمر على الفيسبوك ومختلف وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي. ده كله يعني شيء جديد بيقدم لأول مرة فعلا، والحمد لله رب العالمين أن وفقنا الله سبحانه وتعالى إلى هذا. طبعا كل الشكر وكل التقدير لسعادة الكينوت سبيكرز المتميزين، طبعا دكتور كليوباترا اللي شاركتنا لايف في مكتبها، وحقيقي المحاضرات المتميزة اللي ككينوت سبيتشز كانت حاجة رائعة. ويعني ده برضو بيؤكد على الاختيار عنوان المؤتمر شيء مهم جدا، ما هواش مجرد اسم، لا احنا بنختار فعلا شيء بيكون بيتواكب مع المتطلبات الحقيقية، وده خلى المشاركة النهاردة تبقى بهذا المنظر المشرف. يعني الجلسة الافتتاحية كان فيه أكثر من 250 مشارك، وده يعني شيء عظيم جدا. كنا متعودين طبعا في القاعة الرئيسية في جرين بلازا يبقى معانا برضو عدد كبير جدا، لكن حالة الظروف الكوفيد ومنعتنا من التواجد جميعا مع بعض، لكن على أمل إن شاء الله أن ربنا إن شاء الله مع الإجراءات الاحترازية والبحث العلمي المتميز اللي بيتم لاكتشاف الفاكسين ويعني والعلاج لهذا الوباء بإذن الله تعالى، ربنا يرفع هذا الوباء عن الإنسانية أجمع بإذن الله تعالى إن شاء الله. وإحنا يعني إذا كنا اقتنعنا بفكرة هذا المؤتمر، فإحنا ده قناعة بالعلم ودور العلم. لن نتقدم إلا بالعلم، ولن نتطور إلا بالعلم. النهارده بنتكلم على الثورة الصناعية الرابعة، وبنتكلم على الثورة الصناعية الخامسة. فطبعا مفيش حدود، مفيش توقف، دايما هنكون بننطلق للأمام. فأنا بشكر كل السادة الحضور على كل الإسهام، بشكر اللجنة المنظمة الأستاذ دكتور أكرم سليمان والأستاذ دكتور إيهاب القصاص. بشكر كل الكينوت سبيكرز، بشكر كل اللي اتفضلوا بمشاركة بأوراق بحثية، بشكر الشركات العارضة والعارضين. يعني كلها بصراحة أعمال متميزة، شيء رائع جدا. بشكركم جميعا شكرا جزيلا، شكرا على التوصيات. أوعدكم إن شاء الله أنها هتراجع وهتدقق الصياغة، وكالعادة نحطها على الموقع بتاع المؤتمر وموقع الأكاديمية إن شاء الله في أقرب وقت. وإن شاء الله نلتقي على خير بإذن الله تعالى في النسخة العاشرة من هذا المؤتمر. إذا كانت النسخة التاسعة فإن شاء الله هيكون العاشرة والحادية عشر والثانية عشر، لأن احنا بنتكلم النهاردة على السستينابيليتي يا دكتور أكرم. فالمؤتمر الحمد لله بقى سستينابل، وبقى بيحظى بتشجيع ودعم من الجميع. فإن شاء الله يستمر بغض النظر عن استمرار الأشخاص من عدمه. يعني ألتقي بيكم على كل خير. أتمنى لكم كل التوفيق. بشكركم فعلا على مشاركتكم الفعالة. شكرا لكل صاحب جهد، شكرا للإعلام، شكرا لأسرة الأكاديمية، شكرا لأسرة معهد المواني، شكرا لأسرة مركز البحوث. إن شاء الله نلتقي في النسخة الخامسة. جايز أنا في كلمتي الافتتاحية أشرت للرقمنة، فإن شاء الله ده عنوان النسخة العاشرة من مارلوج، Digitalization Imports and Maritime Industry. أعتقد هو ده اللي احنا محتاجينه دلوقتي، أعتقد هو ده اللي احنا في أمس الحاجة إليه. يعني كل حياتنا، والكوفيد عجلت بذلك على فكرة. فالديجيتاليزيشن in ports and maritime ده عنوان النسخة العاشرة لمؤتمر مارلوج. نلقاكم إن شاء الله على خير في 13 نوفمبر بإذن الله تعالى، لو لينا عمر ومن أهل الدنيا وموجودين. ونختتم المؤتمر في 15 نوفمبر، في 13 جون إن شاء الله. مش عارف ليه قلت نوفمبر، لا إن شاء الله في جون بإذن الله تعالى زي ما اتفقنا، 13 جون بإذن الله تعالى. ونختتمه في 15 جون. معرفش ليه الدكتور أكرم اختار 15 جون بالذات، يعني أتمنى ما يكونش مجاملة لحد يعني التاريخ دوت. كل سنة وأنتم طيبين.
مبسوطة يا دكتور، مبسوطة، كل سنة وحضرتك طيب يا دكتور.
كل سنة وأنتم طيبين وبخير وصحة وسعادة يا رب. ألتقي بكم على خير. 9 سنوات، 9 نسخ من مارلوج، 9 سنوات من أعتقد من المجهود الكبير عشنا فيهم مع أسرة الأكاديمية، بذلنا فيهم مجهود رائع متميز، كان في اوتكمز هايلة. أهم حاجة الاستدامة والسستينابيليتي. بشكركم، ألتقي بكم على كل خير. إلى اللقاء.
سيد دكتور حضرتك كنت يعني أذنت لنا إن إحنا بس كان المفروض معانا في جلسة افتتاحية الكابتن أنور رئيس هيئة الموانئ البحرية السودانية.
أنت ليه بتستعجلني يا دكتور؟ أنت ليه بتستعجلني يعني أنا بقول أشوفكم كلكم إن شاء الله في على خير في 13 يونيو 2021 بإذن الله تعالى. كان في جزء عمل متبقي بس في الجلسة الافتتاحية، كان المفروض نكرم سعادة الأخ أنور، لكن ظروف الطيران حالت دون تمكنه من حضوره مع الجلسة الافتتاحية. فاسمح لي دكتور أكرم يعني نقدم له درع المؤتمر في الجلسة الختامية. اتفضل دكتور.
اتفضل.
نلتقي بسعادتك يوم الاربعاء في القاهره ان شاء الله، ويعني دايما مشرفنا ومنورنا يعني.
دكتور استاذن حضرتك، الحقيقه احنا كان برضو معانا المفروض الدكتور فرحان رئيس شركه الموانئ العراقيه في الافتتاح، ويمكن هو حصل الظروف طارئه في العراق في ميناء البصره، يعني حادث أليم كده، فهو اضطر ان هو يغادر يوم السبت، يوم الجمعه مساء او السبت صباحا يعني قبل افتتاح المؤتمر. فهو الحقيقه احنا معانا النهارده الدكتور قاسم الطلال مستشار وزير النقل لشؤون الشؤون البحريه والموانئ العراقيه. وهو الحقيقه الدكتور فرحان انابو في يعني ان هو تكريم حضرتك ليه وتسليمه درع المؤتمر في نستأذن حضرتك.
اتفضل. يعني برحب بالاخ كاظم يعني، وانا تواصلت معاه ويعني وكل تحيه وتقدير ليه، يعني كنت اتمنى طبعا ان يعني نتشرف بمقابلتهم، لكن ان شاء الله نلتقي دايما على كل خير باذن الله تعالى ان شاء الله. شاكرين يا دكتور كاظم. دكتور كاظم. شكرا يا دكتور كاظم، ونتمنى يعني نلتقي على خير ان شاء الله دايما.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور.
اسفين
اسفين انه احنا كان في مقدمه الناس اللي المفروض عندنا بحث عن الديجيتاليزيشن او الموضوع اللي اوتونوموس شيبس، لكن ما شاء الله الاخوه زادوا، وان شاء الله اتمنى السنه المقبله موضوع احسن وافضل. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا يا دكتور كاظم، واشوفك قريب ان شاء الله، وان شاء الله نلتقي قريبا باذن الله تعالى، سواء في القاهره الاسكندريه، ونلتقي في البصره ان شاء الله باذن الله تعالى ان شاء الله.
شكرا جزيلا، الشرف لنا. الله يخليك. شكرا جزيلا. السلام عليكم.
عليكم. خلاص على بركه الله. اعلن ختام مؤتمر مارلوج 9، ونلتقي على خير باذن الله تعالى. ندعو المولى عز وجل ان يحفظ امتنا العربيه، يحفظ العالم اجمع دايما بخير وبسلام. على بركه الله نعلن ختام مؤتمر مارلوج 9، ونلتقي على خير باذن الله تعالى في افتتاح مارلوج 10. على بركه الله نلتقي على خير، والسلام عليكم ورحمه الله وبركاته.
موفقين دكتور، موفقين ان شاء الله. اتمنى لكم التوفيق اكثر في التنفيذ يعني ان شاء الله.
جميعا